So as far as the third world aristocrat video from today goes, I gotta say, huge win for the toe and a stroke of genius on my part.
Mr. Radio Voice, he's doing his shows. He's roasting some ass and he's picking his nose. He speaks like a pro on the Steel Toe Show. He's making a mess and everyone knows. Ready or not, he already came. April is a hoe and she's snorting for fame. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He spilled the beans. He's rooting for rage as he gets her thrice. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He had a felony charge, but he's gonna walk. He's got a big mouth and he talks the talk. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He's always a guest with Alex Stein. He's making a wish. He's taking his time. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. Oh, hip hop dibbity dap to the wop 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 wop. Hong dong whittle dangle wang. Oh, he sang dooley mama splatting your hat. Doo to poot cakes.
Good morning, boys and girls. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. You know me. I'm your friend. I don't want to hit you, sir. Y'all are my friends. Welcome to the show. We've got a very, very good one today. Here's what I'd like you to do. I'd like you to help us out by hitting like, hitting subscribe, hitting follow, sharing the program. That would be tremendous. It would be tremendous, stupendous. It would be incredibly helpful. Spread the show to more and more people so they can be as lucky as you are to watch this fine program every day. Welcome. I'm very excited. We've got a lot of things to talk about. It is our final YouTube associated show of the week. We also have the we also have the members only show coming up immediately after. We're just going to roll that right through. Then it's the gym and grocery shopping and all the gay stuff that you got to do while the kids are at school today. And I'm having a very normal day. I got 2 days of golf in this week. I cannot complain. The weather is about to be cut here in Minnesota. It has been 90 degrees for the majority of the last 7 days. It's been about 90 degrees. We've been very blessed, very lucky, but it's going to get cut today by a lot of rain and thunderstorms, and we're going to go into the high 50s, low 60s until I'm on vacation next week. So I made the most of it. I think I golfed 4 or 5 times. I shot a 45 on the back nine yesterday. We're getting very, very close to that break in 90. It was a 95 yesterday. The chipping is coming together. I didn't have a 3-putt in the back nine. And I've switched to my sand wedge for close chipping instead of my pitching wedge, and it's starting to pay dividends. I had quite a few birdie putts in that back nine. It was switching to the sand wedge that really kind of changed things from the front nine to the back nine. So 50 on the front nine. It was not a good front nine. I had a couple of 7s. I mean, this is how bad the rest of it was. I birdied like the 4th or 5th hole, and I still shot 50 on the front nine. But 45 on the back nine, ooh, boy, we coming. By the way, speaking of golf, the golf tournament and as far as the golf tournament and what's the other one? The anniversary show. Those tickets are going to go up this weekend, Sunday at the latest. L Train says, "Where are you going on vacation, boss?" Thank you, bigot on socialist media. He says, not the gay key. Exactly, not the gay key. Somebody says, I can't remember the last time I shot above 90 on 18. Well, congratulations, you fucking bogey golfer. I dream one day of being a bogey golfer. You know what's great about bogey golf? Is really you still get to fuck up one shot every hole. Like if you want to bogey golf, you can still two-putt and fuck up a shot. Like you can have a dog shit tee shot, nice rescue shot, and then two-putt your way to glory. No, that would be a par. So you can fuck up your tee shot, approach shot, chip it on, two-putt, breaking 90. Great job, everybody. Let's go home and be happy. Fauci's Pangolin says, sounds like Aaron's supposed to be golfing and switches to a sandwich. No, it's a sand wedge, not a sandwich. It's a 383 Novocaine says that rooster comb is very perky today. Did I go up a little too high? No, Professor Tie-Dye, I'm not going to Fire Island. Wow, somebody too says I usually shoot just around 80. Yeah, you know, you can't fuck up too many shots if you're shooting 80. Yeah, you ain't allowed to fuck up very many shots at that point. Coltrane starting us off today with a gifted membership. Look at Don Juan getting himself a Rumble membership. Somebody doesn't have to watch ads on Rumble anymore. That's right. If you become a member on the Rumble channel, no ads for you on this channel. Faggiger Nags with $2 says, has all that cum gone to your head? I still love the crash out that's still continuing over that. I mean, how do you fumble your own fucking nuclear weapon? You're like, we've got it. And then just hello darkness, my old friend, all week, just staying up till 5 a.m, pissed off at me. Maybe if you wouldn't invent scenarios with your side piece 7 months after the love of your life left you flat, maybe you might do a little better. But hey, as Napoleon once said, when your enemy is making mistakes, don't interrupt them. Hulkamasha Baby says, I usually break 100, but 90 is tough. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm finding. 90 is tough. I usually break 100. 90's hard. 90 is literally bogey golf. You're just bogeying every hole. That's what 90 is. And I think that's crazy respectable. You know what I consider that? You know what I consider people who shoot 90? I consider them remarkably competent golfers. Like they're guys, every shot you watch them hit, you're like, wow, nice. That guy knows what he's doing. 90 is like, you know what you're doing. Breaking 100 is like, I'm getting this. I'm starting to get this. 90 is like, this guy knows what he's doing. 80 is like, fuck, that guy's good. Like 90 is like if you're shooting 80, you're one of those guys who you can take out a 7-iron or whatever and you can drop it right on the green. And someone's like, wow, like someone like me would be like, wow, that's an amazing shot. And they're like, yeah, I meant to, that's where I was aiming. Like I meant to hit the ball there. That's what I know how to do. You're like, really? You're not like pissing your pants excited over that shot? And they're like, no, that's just, I was aiming the ball there. And then I hit the ball there. And that's what we, like if I take out a 7-iron, if we're like 170 away, 175 away, I take out a 7-iron, I bust it, I put it on the green. I'm like, holy shit, that wasn't supposed to happen. I was going to be happy just getting the ball to the left of the green in the tall grass and then chipping it on. But nope. People who shoot 80 are like, yeah, if I wouldn't have ended up near the hole in a one-putting situation, I'd be fucking pissed at myself. It's like, really? Oh. Teach me your ways. Brian says 80 is almost, excuse me, I'm sorry. He says 80 is almost touring pro level. 80 is almost touring pro. Well, yeah, okay, almost. Yeah, I'll say almost, for sure. Not quite there. Faggiger Nags with $2 says, but hey, another cope for the toe. You guys are the ones here trying to talk yourselves into it. Who's coping, son? Who's coping? I'll give you the last word. They hate that one. All right, let's get on it. Let's get started today. Thank you guys very much. Slap My Ass Sally becoming a member for 36 months. Thank you. So much great support here early on. 145 away from today. Our final goal of the week. Not only did you guys crush it yesterday, the evening show crushed it yesterday. I mean, I had to split the overage between the two of you. 145 is the number today. Cheers. Thank you guys very much. Let's have a good one, huh? We got that. You know what people are excited about? They're excited about the Nic Cage John Madden movie. That makes me so happy. Like, our generation gets it. Like, Madden is John Madden's a huge part of all of our childhood. And if John Madden's not a huge part of your childhood, you're a fucking dork. No offense, but if you sit there and go, John Madden, I don't get John Madden, then you were a nerd. You really were a fucking dweeb. If you're not like, John Madden, oh, fuck, John Madden's a gangster. He is. If you're a Vikings fan, you're allowed to hate him. He kicked our ass in the Super Bowl. Ryan the Garbage Man says, the Timberwolves advance. Yes, the Timberwolves in 5 over the Steph Curry-less Warriors. And, somebody was, I think it was No Pen or somebody else. No, Pip. Pip doesn't get to listen live anymore. He always listens after and always leave a couple of comments. And he was mad at me. He was saying, Aaron, you keep talking about Denver. You keep talking about playing Denver in the Western Conference Finals. Don't you know that OKC is ahead 3-2 right now? And I went, yeah, I'm coping. That's why people like Fag, Egg, or Negs, they have a really hard time understanding that when I say it's a win for the toe, bitch, it's a win for the toe. Because when I'm coping, I tell you I'm coping. Like me saying, hey, Denver in the Western Conference Finals, here we go. We're going to get the Nuggets, baby. This is going to be great. And they're like, Aaron, why are you saying that when it's 3-2 OKC? Because I'm disassociating from reality and I'm coping because I don't want to play the Thunder. That's it. I mean, is that difficult to understand? Thank you. Thank you. Let's go to Bigot on Socialist Media says, was a moment in the third I thought the Timberwolves were going to be 30-plus up. It does seem like we took our foot off the gas a little bit last night, but hey, that's fine. The defense could have been a little better, but I think Golden State got way behind, and I think they were just winging up threes and trying to get as close as they could. It's one of those games where the final score looks a lot closer than the game actually was. All right, let's get into it. Lots of stuff to do today. Very excited. We're going to start with a little dorky, nerdy political stuff, and then we've got a lot of silly shit to get into today. I just wanted to do this as a follow-up to yesterday's news. But remember, oh no, Fag Giger Nags with $2 says, used to be a genuine fan, but the downfall is sad. I know, Nick looked really disheveled again yesterday. Fag Giger Nags, you got to admit, the toe's been looking better than ever lately. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, just imagine nobody else could survive for 2 years. People going, we're going to destroy him. We're going to get him. And then smelling like a rose every time I take a shit in their own house. They have to sit there and smell it. Dude, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you take the internet too seriously. I'm sorry. Whatever I did to you, I apologize. But hey, you can't say you used to be a genuine fan. You're here every day for 4 hours. Bro, I've got bad news for you. Speaking of cope, you're still a fan. A fan does not mean you love me. A fan just means you can't live without me. And you, my friend, you're one of my biggest fans. But thank you for the $6. I appreciate it. So, isn't that the best when they don't even know they're a fan? When they just go, I used to be a genuine fan. Bitch, you're more of a fan now than you've ever been. Sorry to break it to you. But hey, I'll raise you. I'll raise you. Gavin Newsome. I want to follow up with this because yesterday we did a story about Gavin Newsome. He wants to start clearing all these homeless people. I mean, Gavin Newsome, governor of California, woke up one morning and he went, what the hell are all these homeless people doing everywhere? And someone whispered to him, they went, Gavin, you did that. And he said, no, I didn't do that. That wasn't, yeah, no, you literally just encouraged this shit. And you were like, yeah, clearing out homeless encampments. I mean, that's evil. That's a dreadful thing. That's a terrible thing to do, all these homeless people. And so you just allowed all of this shit and piss and drug addicts to build up on the streets. He's like, well, you know what? I'm going to do something about it. Now, this is the difference between wanting to win votes in California and wanting to become president of the United States. So now he's trying to clean up the homeless problem. Well, guess what Gavin Newsom wants to do now? Gavin Newsom has discovered this thing, and maybe you guys don't know about this. I mean, this is a pretty, it's a little known thing. Did you know that illegal immigrants are getting free health care in the United States? Right. Me neither. Gavin Newsom found this out for us, and by God, he's going to do something about it. Gavin Newsom is going to stop giving those illegal immigrants free health care. I mean, the guy is on a roll. Gavin Newsom just can't stop winning. It's incredible. He's had it up to here with these freeloading illegals with the, what's that? He's the reason a lot of the illegals are there in the first place. He's advocated for welfare and free health care for illegal immigrants his entire career. Oh. What? Why the hell would he stop doing it? Why does he want to take the free health care away from these poor Mexicans? Oh, president, you say. 2028, you say. Oh, we weren't fucking around. We weren't joking? That's real. That's a real thing. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, Gavin Newsom wants to be president of the United States. And one thing you have to do in order to become president of the United States is you have to kick illegal Mexicans in the ass. That is one of the things that's going to do very well for you with voters. So Gavin has decided, I mean, imagine this. Imagine one day Latino voters realizing that they've been used as basically a pawn of convenience by Democratic politicians. Will they join the rest of the Latinos who have been switching to the Republican Party lately and make the jump also? They could. I mean, look at this. Gavin Newsom, his entire career, he's kept building his support with minorities by going, hey, illegals, free health care, it's humanitarian. It's the right, liberal, progressive thing to do. Then the minute this guy gets higher aspirations, he goes, who are these fucking dirty brown illegals taking up all our hospital space? Get them out of here. Like all of a sudden he's a conservative now. Why? Because I know that Gavin Newsom's going to get called a lot of names for this. Gavin's going to get called a flip-flopper. He's going to say that he's, moving to the center, mushy middle, things like that. But at least give Gavin Newsom this. He's smarter than a lot of these other Democrats. At least he sees the writing on the wall. He sees what's going on, and he goes, I should probably switch shit up if I want to appeal to more people. He's finding out where the country is, and he's meeting them there. Whereas I think a lot of Democrats have this idea that, you fucking plebs, you will listen to us. You will obey. You will do what we want you to do, and you will like it. At least Gavin is a slimy, smarmy, shady insurance salesman trying to sell you a new warranty on your used vehicle. I mean, at least he's like telling you what you want to hear at the very least. But someone said Gavin. Did I say Gavin McInnes? Oh, I said Gavin. Okay, I did say Gavin Newsom. Oh, my God. I was worried. That I said Gavin McInnes is running for president. But look, Gavin Newsom wants to run. He's the prototypical, he'd be your dream boy candidate, physically, a good-looking dude, experienced politician. It's just that, can you really fuck up California for 2 decades and then in, 2025, in 3 years, can you turn it all around? If he fixes California in 3 years, do you know how much more pissed you should be if you're a Californian? That means this guy purposely put your state in the shitter. He could have fixed it at any time, and he chose not to, and he knew what the right answers were. Now, I don't think that's going to happen. I think you got too many mayors and DAs and attorneys general and people, types like that who are not going to change a goddamn thing because they're not running for president. And to run for governor of California, you need to still be damn near a communist. So I don't think he's going to actually fix anything. But what he will be able to do is in the 2028 election cycle, he'll be able to say, well, I took steps to address homelessness and crime and illegal immigration and welfare fraud and all that stuff. I don't know if it's going to work. I really don't. Packer Backer says the minute illegals vote Republican, there will be a fucking catapult at the border and AOC will be pulling the handle. Well, look no farther than what they're doing with the South Africans. We got more on that. Remember, here in St. Cloud, we have Catholic and Lutheran charities. And they've been resettling Somali immigrants in St. Cloud forever and ever and ever and ever and ever for years and years. All of these Christian religious groups are resettling Muslim immigrants into deeply old school Christian communities. Now, the only explanation I have for that is that these are Soros-funded NGOs. These are liberal-funded NGOs. And they're trying to manipulate red into blue in these small town areas. Now, these same Christians, we have a bishop today on the show. We got a clip from a bishop who says, we can't resettle all these white South Africans. It's wrong. Like white Christians not wanting to resettle white Christians. They think it's wrong. I mean, you got to dig to find out why. We'll hear it straight from his mouth a little bit later today. Redbird with $2 says Cubans too. Yeah, they don't like Cubans either. Again, because Cubans are always trying to vote Republican as well. By the way, Miss Tay is in first at 245 because Crunchy took her like 150 or whatever she had. She gave it to Miss Tay. So now Miss Tay is in first. Sanford's Son is in second at 130. Redbird in third at 107. And Gray Duckling in fourth at 96. Coltrane with $1. He says, Aaron, this is why you don't let them be better late than never, because they do this shit. Like COVID. Fuck these people. They did this stuff and need to be scolded for it. That's a fair point. Citizen M says, Soros is just a boogeyman for the dumbest among us. I kind of use Soros as an interchangeable, it's a way to explain shit to people without using too many words. Like you go Soros, they go, okay, so like lefty billionaire silent shadow money. Yeah, I kind of use Soros as a catch-all. Because if you try to, if you got to have a fast-moving talk show. If you start diving deep, now it starts to sound like a TED Talk and you sound like a douche. No reason. We're all just a bunch of plumbers and pipe fitters here. Hulkamasha Babies. I'm going to get so much shit for that. Hulkamasha Baby says, if I spent 20 years fucking up my job, then I started fixing it and asked for a promotion, I'd be laughed at the entire day. Probably, yeah. I mean, isn't that the wonderful thing about politics, though? Fuck shit up and then fix it and go, hey, where's my attaboys? Eaton Clam says, Aaron's more of a sore ass man. I don't get it. What is he? What do you guys think he mean? I don't understand what he would mean by that. I don't understand what he's trying to say by saying I'm a sore ass man. Maybe somebody will come up with the answer for me at some point. Right now, I don't know. Coltrane says Soros isn't a boogeyman. He's notorious and should be hung up in Times Square. Like Christmas decorations, he means. Bigot on Socialist Media says if Soros isn't doing anything bad, it won't matter if he's investigated. You know what? Hold your breath. Hold your breath for that one. What do you think? Just let me know how it goes. When you start turning blue, I'll tell you it's okay to breathe again. 191 Redbird with $5 says, funny how the two groups that have suffered firsthand at the hands of communism and hate it with a burning passion are radioactive to the left. I mean, that you can't tell him he's wrong on that one. South African whites and Cubans who have encountered communism, have encountered oppression, and they come here. Well, even Middle Easterners, like Persians, Lebanese, people like that. A lot of them become business owners and quasi-conservative. They become kind of Republican because they've lived through an oppressive time. It's if they can't, here's what it is. If you're an immigrant who can't be bought, if you're a self-sustaining immigrant who can do shit and contribute, you tend to move right quicker because you want to keep your money. You don't want it spent on charity projects essentially for people who aren't going to contribute. Usually it's people who are downtrodden. I mean, the absolute lowest of the low. They get all the free shit. They want to keep voting Democrat because then the Democrats tell them, well, there's these mean guys called Republicans, and they want to take away all your free stuff. So, Sam Show says it's not the Jews, though, promise. There's a lot of conservative Jews, too. You got to remember, what's the reason that America basically fights Israel's wars for them? It ain't Democrats. I would say that the Bush administration did a damn fine job of taking us down that primrose path. So there's one thing I can't blame Jews for, Sam Show. I can't go with you on that one. 140 away from today. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. Look at you guys coming up big already. I am going to tell you once again, if you're just joining us, whatever platform you're on, hit thumbs up, hit like. It helps the show. It helps the algorithm. Also, share it with your friends if you're not ashamed of me. $1 from Redbird says they legitimately appreciate and fully make use of our civil liberties that we take for granted. And that is a dangerous idea to politicians. Again, Redbird's kind of on a roll today. He ain't lying. All right. Let's go to the next one. This is, speaking of which, you know what? Perfect. Let's do this now because it speaks to what we're talking about. A lot of people saw this yesterday. This made the rounds. An English reporter was asking an African migrant in Calais in the north of France. Now, in Calais, a lot of these migrants in Europe, they take the tunnel into the UK. They cross the channel. And a lot of these African immigrants wait and wait and wait in these camps and in these areas so that they can go to the UK because the UK has been very generous with welfare programs to African migrants. In my opinion, taking in migrants should be something you do when you feel these migrants can contribute to your country. I don't think we should take in any migrants if they will cost us a dime. I think if they can hit the ground running, get a job, find a place to live, whatever, preferably before they get here, great. Come on over. Let's, the more the merrier. But if it's people who are just going to suck off the teat, then what's the point? Why do we need them here? Now, that's rhetorical because I know what the answer is. The answer is that politicians who put them there want to milk them for votes. I get that part. But I'm saying purely from an economic preserving your country standpoint, there's no reason for us to bring poor migrants here. There's too much of a learning curve. We've got shit going over here. We don't need more poor people dragging it down. We have enough of our own poor people that we got to figure something out for. We got literally homeless lining the streets, shitting on the sidewalks. We don't need more people. So this British reporter, Patrick Christie, was interviewing a migrant in Calais, France, before he heads to the UK. And I mean, I'll give this guy credit. It's pretty fucking shameless. But again, this is what the West has done to third world people. What the West has done for third world people is given them a sense of entitlement. We've given them a sense of, and it actually makes sense when you look at it from their point of view. When you have a little empathy for these migrants, you go, okay, what's their point of view? Their point of view is I'm from dirt floor poor, shithole third world countries, and this country is actively handing out freebies to people, housing, medical care, income, just giving it away. Why wouldn't you take that deal? If you're a third world African migrant, are you going to be the one to protest in the streets to shut it down? Of course not. So this is what we call learned dependence. And this is what the West has done to the third world. Instead of allowing the third world to build themselves up over time, we just go, come on over. We've got you. We don't got you anymore. Let's take a listen.
Why should English people pay for you to have a house?
Maybe they give me house, they give me anything I can need there.
Yeah.
Give me house, give me anything I need. I'm not trying to be flippant. I'm not trying to mock this man. I'm saying this from purely a clinical standpoint. This man seems mentally retarded. Like this, there's no bringing this man into your country there is no point in his lifetime where he's going to become a net positive earner for your nation. You are going to have to put the training wheels on this guy so fucking hard that you will never earn back in tax revenue what you spend on him in tax money. It will never happen. If you bring this person into your country, you know, I get house, I get money, I get this. You're bringing grug. You're bringing a caveman in. And it's just going to set you back. And until somebody you just need somebody to get in there in a position of authority who's not afraid to be called names. You need someone who's not going to be afraid to be offensive if they're giving the right answer. And the right answer is, we need to shut this shit down right now to preserve English culture. Which is important because English culture is, say what you want about it, it's contributed a lot to the progression of the world. Except the damn Balfour Declaration.
Give me anything I can need there.
Yeah.
Give me.
Just give it.
Yeah.
Give me. That's what I mean. This, and again, no offense to this man, because I understand why he wants to go to the UK. I get it, believe me. But now, removing myself from his point of view and going back to my point of view, it would be this. If I hear someone, I go, hey, can you give me a reason why I would take my hard-earned tax dollars and I would give it to you? And they go, well, because give me. I would go, no, he's not going to pass any kind of intellectual test to get into a place that's this advanced. Like this is like letting a toddler onto a roller coaster. Like this, it's dangerous. It's not safe for him or for us. Because give me. That is why. Because give me.
Anything I can need there.
Yeah.
Give me.
Just give it.
Yeah.
Why?
Because people in England is perfect.
Oh, so you think we're all rich people,
Yeah.
so we can give? Okay.
People in England is perfect. So you guys have so much, and you must have gotten it by giving it away to people who can't even put a fucking sentence together. That must be how you made all of your money. That's the other thing. You can't let people into these advanced countries who don't know how the shit works because they're bound to destroy it. If they don't know how it was made, they can't come in and keep it going. Like what I said before about like Lebanese, like I go to cigar shops. And usually it's a Middle Eastern person at the cigar shop, and they're running the business, and they know their shit, and they hit the ground running, right? And you talk to them, and they know business. Or you have Cubans, much the same, end up, with, pretty decent jobs or owning businesses in the United States. They hit the ground running. They understand what it takes to make this thing work. If someone goes, everyone there is perfect, they need to give me. That's going to wreck your shit. It's going to destroy your country. You can't, because you let one of those in, you're going to let 1,000 in. And that can do damage really, really quick. On the flip side, showing that I'm a pro-immigration guy, you bring a shitload of Cubans or a shitload of Middle Easterners in who run businesses and do stuff like that, your country's growth is going to accelerate. Your country's going to do really, really well. I want to come to America because I have a very good understanding of cigars and things like that, and hookah and shit like that. I'm going to open a shop, and it's going to be a successful shop because I've got my business plan together. Here's what my average monthly expenditures are going to be. Here's how we can raise revenues, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, come on in. You got it. You understand this, and that can help. But you are all perfect, so you need to give me. You got to fucking get back on the boat, bro. This ain't going to work.
Okay.
You shouldn't, what I'm saying is you shouldn't do things and you shouldn't vote for people who advocate to do things that will actively hurt your country and your culture.
Can I tell you something?
Okay.
We are not all rich people. If I said to you, look, we don't have enough houses in England, would that stop you coming to England?
Okay. Maybe I come back in my country and I change in another country after.
Yeah, maybe you try another country.
Yeah.
If you think
Right. So he goes, what if we told you we didn't have enough houses? What if we told you, like, listen to that. What if we told you we didn't have free shit for you? And he goes, I'd go somewhere else. All right, no, I'm not interested. Like that, that's like you giving someone a job interview. And if you're giving someone a job interview and you go, what if we tell you that we don't give you paid lunch, unlimited lunches? And they go, I'm going to have to find somewhere else. Like, okay, I'm not interested then. I'm good. I'll pick somebody else.
If you realise that we can't afford England, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, I just want everyone at home to
Look at that.
understand that every single person in this room is absolutely desperate to come to Britain. The only reason they are here is to try to come to Britain.
To get free shit. And I know that their prime minister has talked about cutting this shit out, and it talked about changing things up and making tougher standards, and you have to speak English and all that. Talk is cheap. We got to see if he's actually going to do it, because people are starting to get really, really tired of that shit. We've got Gray Duckling with $5, says, off topic, does England's climate allow for cotton plantations? I don't know why you would ask such a thing, but I don't believe so. That's why the UK, that's why Great Britain was so happy to have us as colonies, because the southern colonies especially, it's actually why Lincoln decided to publicly make the Civil War about slavery, interestingly enough. The Civil War was not originally only about slavery. Slavery was part of it. You get these weird arguments for the Civil War. People are like, it was never about slavery. Well, that was a big part, but it wasn't the only part. But Lincoln eventually, toward the end of the war, made it the big part. He made it. Lincoln PR'd the Civil War into slavery. The real causes of the Civil War were the South felt that we were becoming too big of a central government and it wasn't addressing the needs of the South. They felt like the South falling behind in industry and being mostly agrarian, that was causing most of the economic wealth to rest in the North, and the North could use that to impose their will on the South. And then also the North wanted to get rid of slavery. The South knew that getting rid of slavery would devastate their economy, so they were fighting that as well. You cannot say that the Civil War had nothing to do with slavery. That is dishonest. That's a lie. But it was not the only reason. The brilliant thing that Lincoln did was he made it solely about slavery. He goes, us here in the North, we just want to free those poor slaves. Slavery is a sin. And a lot of people in the North were like, wait a minute, we don't give a flying fuck about slaves. That's down there. We're up here. And Lincoln's like, shut the fuck up. This is about slavery. One of the reasons he did that, and he was, he was against slavery, but Lincoln also said, if I could keep the Union together without freeing a single slave, I would. What was happening at the time was the English were thinking about aiding the Confederacy. They were still a little sore from that war about 90 years ago. And a lot of European powers were thinking, maybe we get in this on the side of the Confederacy. They're King Cotton. The UK needed that cotton. Europe needed that cotton. And they're like, maybe we need to support these guys and we can destabilize the US a little bit. The minute Lincoln made it about slavery, it closed the book on Europe supporting the South, because Europe was so anti-slavery. They'd all banned it back in like the early 1800s. It was done. I think the last country in Western Europe to ban slavery was like the late 1820s, early 1830s. And at that point, Lincoln saying, well, this is about slavery, it put the Europeans in check, and they went, sorry, Confederacy, we can't back you. It's that pesky slavery thing. So that was Lincoln's way of kind of saving our ass from having to fight a war against Europe. Kind of brilliant. Coltrane with $1, or I'm sorry, Redbird with $1. Says they legitimately appreciate and fully make use of our civil liberties. I'm sorry, we did that one. I'm left off on this one. Here we go. $1 from Redbird says most of these people being moved in from the third world don't realize they can't be killed in the United States if they don't vote for the people giving them free stuff. Redbird with another $1 says everyone seems to have forgotten that Western morals and values are a minority and the rest of the world will abuse and exploit those to the max. But God will help you. But God help you if you point that out. He also says for $1, if it wasn't free and he had to work for it, I'd put money on him staying where he was born. Well, that's what he said. He said, like, I would go somewhere else. I would go back to my own country. Redbird with $1 says the prime minister created the problem. He's changing his tune because his approval dropped below 20%. Yeah, people in the UK have, I mean, in fairness, they've had it with that shit. They really have. Mike Big Hunt says slaves exist to this day. It never ended. Well, yeah, in the fucking Muslim world, it still exists. But not here, my man. Not here. Dead Game says, Aaron, it's the war of northern aggression. I'm sorry. Wood U says the Vatican helped facilitate the Civil War. They wanted all republics to fail and also wanted to kill Protestants in America. Secret Treaty of Verona. Well, I mean, that last part I don't mind, seeing as Protestants are heretics. And I do believe heretics should be excommunicated and not allowed into heaven. Let's not bullshit here. If we're going to be religious, there's only one true religion if you worship Jesus Christ, and it's Catholicism. We're right. You guys broke off because you're fucking pussies, and you couldn't handle how hardcore the rules were. Oh, my Pope. Oh, my Pope. We could have talked about the Pope. We could have had a discussion about that. Pope has always been a political figure. He's not actually God. No Catholic actually sees the Pope as like God's actual voice on earth. All right? He's a political figure to kind of keep everybody in line. Or in the case of the last one, make everybody commie. The saints, you pray to saints. Fuck you, it's fine. There's no problem with praying to saints. Suck my dick. Those guys are important too. And then what was the other one? Paying for indulgences. All right, paying indulgences is bad. All right, but there's going to be a little corruption in every big organization. You know? And yeah, some of the rich people pay the church, and then the church goes, yeah, your soul's totally clean. Guess what? When that guy dies, God knows that his soul ain't clean, so he'll get sorted out. That's why we say, send him to God, let God sort it out. Don't worry about the politics of the Catholic Church. The teachings are right. The child molestation stuff, yeah, we got a few people we need to hang up by their ankles. I got you. But the teachings, you Protestants have become so lily-livered and pussy. Do you know why there's so much tolerance of degeneracy in churches now? It's because of you fucking Protestants. It ain't the Catholics. The Catholics were very secretive about their degeneracy. God forbid it ever got out. You Protestants are just like, this group's fine, this group's fine. You guys ran a multi-level marketing scheme on Christianity, and you fucked the whole thing up. You made it soft. Dude, before we had you fucking Protestants, we had crusades. We unsheathed the blade, and we didn't return it until it spilled infidel blood. Like, we were fucking blood of the Lord. Fucking vengeance is mine. We were getting it. And then you guys had to come along and we be more peaceful. We will be peaceful when the kingdom of Christ has been restored. You guys lost the plot. So yes, the Pope, the Vatican wanted to kill all Protestants in America. Well, we'll give them a chance to convert first. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says the U.S. has no business complaining about refugees or migrants. Our government is the one that destroyed their countries, forcing them to flee, which would be another reason why we shouldn't be getting involved in these dumb bullshit wars, is because we kind of create a cyclical problem for ourselves. You know, George W. Bush once said, we're fighting them over there so we don't have to fight them over here. No. Fighting them over there made us have to fight them over here. You dumb dick hillbilly. I listened to that song by Reckless Kelly, American Blood, and I get mad at George W. Bush again. It just, goddamn, man. All right, what do we got? I'm way behind in the chat here. Aaron, does America still have prostitutes? That is slavery. Well, if we would turn to God a little more, you could get rid of prostitution, or at least bring the shit down to shoe level. I would say our tolerance of things like prostitution is... I'm becoming more of a fascist as I get older. And maybe it's because I've made all the mistakes, but, morality is not relative. There's a right way to do shit and there's a wrong way to do shit. And you gotta smarten up, and you gotta figure all this moral relativism has fucking rotted us from the gut out. No, there's shit that's okay to do and there's shit that's not okay to do. And I don't care how you try to rationalize it, you're still a slave. Mike Big Hunt says Catholic Church is the one true religion. Attaboy. Attaboy. Let's continue on here. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, best toe segment ever. West Coast Patriot Girl says, isn't the Pope idolatry? Yeah, a little. The Pope is idolatry. I will give you that. But he's a politician more than anything else. And if we never had a Pope, there would have never been any crusades. You're fucking welcome for that one, by the way. Who was going to stand up to the Muslims? We had Charles the Hammer Martel and Pope Urban II, heroes of Christendom. Charles the Hammer Martel was the king of France during the Battle of Tours, where he saved European Christianity. And then Pope Urban II was the guy who made the speech at Claremont, where he went, fucking enough with these goddamn Muslims. We're going to bathe in their blood. We're going to take back our shit. They will not stop murdering, pillaging, raping, and enslaving. We're going to fuck them up. We're going to take it to their doorstep. And you know, really, it's that fucking schism that ruined everything. Because if the Orthodox Church would have just fell in line with the Catholic Church, taken up the true cross, we could have wiped it all from the earth and Christendom could have reigned supreme. But fucking Emperor Alexios had to be a cunt and had to be backbiting and had to be a fucking snake if he just would have bent the knee to Pope Urban and he would have, Baldwin of Toronto and all those guys come to Constantinople and he would have been like, wow, thank you guys. Thank you so much for bailing my ass out. I appreciate it so much. I'll take up the true cross with you. We could have fucked them all up. The Roman Empire, we call it Byzantine now, but they saw themselves as Romans. The Romans and the Catholic Church, the Knights of Western Europe, stampeding through the Holy Land, we would have fucked them up. But Alexios was a cunt. Pope Urban gave it his best shot, and it worked for a while. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $2, said Jesus founded Catholicism. Luther was a whiny bitch. Yes, Martin Luther is, in my book, as detrimental to the West historically as Joseph Stalin. He didn't murder, he didn't do shit like that, but his ideas were misguided. God, I'm thinking about this. Just ride with me here for a second. If we had found Martin Luther to be a heretic and maybe burned him at the stake, could we have avoided all these problems? Food for thought. Protestantism is a cancer. Numero uno with $2 says Jesus started the popes. Take it up with him. Yeah, didn't Jesus say that, Peter was going to lead his church? Did Jesus start popes? Yes, according to the Roman Catholic tradition, Jesus established St. Peter as the first pope. The belief is based on the understanding of specific scriptural passages. Matthew 16:18, where Jesus says, I tell you, you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell will not prevail against it. Jesus wanted a human representative of his word on earth so he could fight against the tyrannical forces of the devil. Martin Luther. Thank you. Redbird with $1 says, now if we could just get entitled millennials to stop screeching every time they're told they can't be a degenerate. Well, yeah. I mean, Lord knows I've known a few of them. I've been one in my day. I've been one. Reformed. Thank you very much. That whole honoring your spouse and honoring your partner and keeping them sacred and shit like that, you wouldn't believe how much that would fix in our society. Just having general respect and putting your partner up on a pedestal and that whole thing. Protecting what you have instead of being an exhibitionist to the whole world. It's a big deal. It would be shameful if you learned that at 37. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says, you may be 48 years, but you bitch about degeneracy like an 85-year-old miserable fat cat lady from Iowa, LOL. Maybe it's because I've seen what degeneracy does to families and does to children, and I've seen it up close, and I'm pretty fucking passionate about it. There's right and there's wrong, and you can fucking spin it and twist it like Charles Manson all you want to. But you can't outrun God. You can't outrun justice. You can't outrun the truth. And it'll get you, boy. It'll get you. Let's go to Mr. Beat says Pope Francis was a fag. He ain't lying. He ain't lying. $2 from Numero Uno says, lot of heretics in the Rumble chat. I think there are. We got a lot of heretics. That's okay. They're brainwashed Protestants. It takes time. King Kong Dong says, so Martin Luther King was the gate of Satan. No, Martin Luther, not Martin Luther King Jr. 09 Canyon says, church needed reform. Luther didn't want to break from the church, waited to correct where it went wrong. Dude, he passive-aggressively hung his complaints up on the door like a bitch. Fucking come to me and let's talk about it. I'm gonna break character for just a second here. I have a very high school education level understanding of Martin Luther and the Reformation period and all that stuff. So a lot of the times I'm giving Protestants shit. I do believe Catholicism is the only true religion, but I'm not as mad at Martin Luther as I let on. I do hate him though. I do. I don't think you get Bonnie Blue without Martin Luther. Fight me. Redbird with $1 says, hey, at least you learned the lesson that seems to have missed 2 generations in a row. I don't know. I don't think Generation X is that immoral. I think Generation X stayed within the boundary lines a little bit. They're just so morose. They're just such bummers. Boomers were fucking degenerates. You can blame a lot of this shit on the hippies. Put your fucking tits away. That's for your partner. Not for the entire fucking world, you fucking slag. Don't you want to be respected by the rest of the world for your intellect and what you think and how you treat people? Yeah, my titties and drugs and yeah. Cool. I don't respect you. I don't like you. I'll stare at your tits, but that's all you are now. Congratulations. You've made yourself a pair of tits. I will never respect your intellect. Numero Uno with $2 says Protestants are simpletons. Catholicism is too advanced for them. Here's the problem with Catholicism, and they're losing this. The problem Protestants have with Catholicism deep down is that they don't want to follow the fucking rules. Catholicism has a lot of hard and fast rules for living a moral life. And Protestants are like, it's too hard. You sin, you go to hell. Those are the rules. And they wanted more moral relativism. That's all. Let's go to Mr. Beat says Pope Leo XIV is the first pope who belongs to the Order of St. Augustine. At least he's not a Jesuit. Yeah, at least he holds firm on a lot of the LGBTQ shit. That's nice. He's a little commie, though. He's a little... I think we need some of these... You know where the real Catholics live now? Is these African converts. They're hardcore. Like, if we get one of these African cardinals in there as pope in the next, 20, 30 years, you're going to see the church be, brought back to a lot of classic Catholicism because those guys are fucking believers and they don't take shit, 09 Canyon says, explain selling indulgences. Bad idea. Every big organization caters to rich people because they want the money. It's a little bit of corruption. It's a little bit of dirt. It's not good. But it does, in the end, selling indulgences doesn't hurt because God is God and God is going to settle it in the end. So if these rich people go, here's a bunch of money, I'm going to fuck a girl on the side. All right, some corrupt deacon or whatever goes, all right, well, shut my mouth. Here's a bunch of money. God's still going to tell that guy to go to hell for being a fucking arrogant, cheating prick. He's still going to settle it in the end. It's a little corruption, Numero Uno, Josh Denny fan with $2 says, to be fair, Catholicism has too many rules for Catholics. Looking at you, Vatican II. The more I listen to Mel Gibson talk about Vatican II and the Catholic Church, I think he was right. I think a lot of those conventions and rule changes fucked them up and took a lot of their teeth away. Wally World with $1.99 says the new Pope's brother is a based MAGA guy. He really is. I see more about Joey or whatever the fuck his name is, the Pope's brother. And I'm like, why isn't that guy the Pope? That guy rules. Colorado Rob becoming a member for 2 months says, Aaron, did you discover Wednesday Mass last night? No, we started this conversation because we were talking about welfare and immigration and migrants in the UK. And then I like to tease Protestants. K. Fallen the Great, becoming a member for 35 months, says, wasn't St. Peter a rabbit? According to South Park. Hey, guys. I think SP's a little hot for a man this morning. She writes, oh, you look so nice on my phone today. I like that shirt. Oh, do you? You like this shirt? You want me to go golfing in it today? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying, baby? You want me to hit the golf course today? Is that what you're trying? You're saying, ooh, that gray polo would look nice on a golf course. Ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen. One, it would be too many golf days. That would be too much. We're spending too much money golfing. But also, we're raining all day, buddy. I got like a window between 11. Well, I got to do the members only show after the show, so that ain't happening. Yeah, it's going to be too rainy and windy and shitty. Look at this, though. Tomorrow, 51. Saturday, 46. Sunday, 55, 58, 52, 59. It's going to be fucking dog shit asshole weather when I leave for vacation. That makes me feel good. It makes me feel good. All right, let's finish up this religion talk. But, you know, people keep writing in. People keep sending Rumble rants and super chats on the God stuff, on the religious stuff. So, goddamn. I mean, I shouldn't say goddamn while I'm talking about Christ, but, I mean, people want to keep talking about it. I'm here to facilitate a conversation on this fine little talk show, am I not? Here, while we're having this conversation, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. 191 Redbird with $1 says Martin Luther did have a point. The Dark Age Catholic Church was exploiting illiterate peasants to the point of starvation. Learn how to read, you fucking pigs. No, I'm just kidding. That is, I will say this complaint about the Catholic Church. I think teaching Mass in Latin and not teaching your flock how to speak Latin is a little shitty, because then you can just kind of fill their head with whatever. But we could have fixed it. We could have figured this out. Would you says, bullshit. Christ said we must live in this world, pay taxes, etc., but we must not be of this world. Politics, for example. Christ said, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, render unto God that which belongs to God. So that you could argue that that's kind of a separation of church and state thing. Like, don't put yourself in a fucking bind over taxes. You know, this is all temporary. The kingdom of forever is in the hereafter, and God's got your back. So, you know, don't fuck your shit up too bad. That's actually what Jesus was quoted as saying. They cleaned up the Bible a lot. They censored it. Jesus said, quote, Jesus said unto them, bro, don't fuck your shit up too bad. God's got your back. That's what he was trying to say. Tim Finman says all current modern practicing religions are twisted by man. Only thing to count on is the Holy Trinity, God, Lord Jesus Christ, and the Holy Ghost. The only thing to count on is the King James Holy Bible. What does LeBron have to do with this? Tim also says, follow Jesus Christ's teachings in the Holy Bible as God perfectly preserved word on doctrine as given and preserved by the Holy Ghost. God damn, you guys are on fire today. 383 Novocaine with $1 says, Aaron, don't go golfing. That lightning rod on your head isn't safe outside in a thunderstorm. Brian M. with $5 says, who'd have thunk all the racist heathen members of this channel want to talk about God? Right? It is kind of surprising to find out all these people watching Steel Toe want to talk about Jesus for a while. I like it. You guys are fun. You guys are having a nice religious conversation. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says everyone should start dressing modestly and acting modestly. We need to go back to the traditional Latin Mass. I don't speak Latin, though. I only want the church to be authentic until it inconveniences me. I think moderate dress, I think moderating sexuality a little bit, not throwing it in faces. I think, honestly, throwing a few OnlyFans models in the stocks, it might help. I think the gooning and the cooming needs to be fucking, put a fucking governor on, because I don't think it's helping. I think the explosion of sexuality ain't helping morality. It's not helping the culture. It's making us retarded. It's making us coon-brained is what it is. $2 from Numero Uno Josh Denny fan says they were right. As soon as one of those retards learned to read and write, they misunderstood everything and left a bunch of stupid demands on a door. Right? Martin Luther learns how to read, thinks he's hot shit, and he goes, not everything needs to be followed, right? That's my impression of Martin Luther. Anybody want to clip that? You want me to do it again? This is my impression of Martin Luther in the 1400s, right? Or 1500s, whatever. This is Martin Luther. Yeah, I have a bunch of complaints about the church. They taught me how to read and taught me how to enter the kingdom of heaven, but you know, they don't do everything I like. Actually, there shouldn't be a pope. Yeah. Give me a nail. I want to put these on the door. Martin Luther was the first chat room troll. Fuck that guy. Why do people give a shit about Martin Luther? He was a fucking douche. I'm telling you, we could have saved society and we could have saved the souls of so many hundreds of millions of people throughout history if we had just, Catholic Church got soft, though. Catholic Church got soft. 110 away from today. Thank you guys very much. All right, Aaron sucks Pope cock. Now that's what I was looking for out of this discussion. I wanted to get everyone fired up. MSO says Aaron Koresh. No, I don't want to save any of you fuckers. I just want to see if we can, dial back the sluttery a little bit. Nader P says, I talk to Jesus all the time. Just yesterday, he came into my work and needed spark plugs and coil packs for his Honda Civic. Mike Big Hunt says, our Father who aren't in heaven. I think he means art in heaven. Hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For yours is the, oh, God damn it. See, in Catholicism, we just went, forgive us our trespasses, we forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. For yours is the power, the fucking, then the glory forever and ever. Amen. Damn it. Forgot that last part. Copperhead says, will Johnny be doing the show while you're on vacation? Yes. Yes. The kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says we also need to go back to the Catholic Church's teaching sin is wrong and go back to the hard rules of the old Catholic Church. I hear you. Numero Uno with $1 says, can we get a Hitlit karaoke of Kanye HH? $30 tomorrow and I'll do it. Rumble Friday. Redbird says $1. Those of us that work real jobs to support the mini welfare state of a show are extremely grateful for the cooler weather. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. 105 away from today, speaking of the welfare state. For yours is the Protestant ending. Oh. Well, fuck me. Sorry, I believe in the one true religion. Little more Deuteronomy, a little more Leviticus, Not saying you got to kill motherfuckers, but at some point we got to get this Protestant heresy out of here. Plankton with $1 says, confirmed but non-practicing Catholic here. I think if you just don't be a douche toward others, you and God will be just fine. No reason to overthink it. But that's the problem that got us into the mess we're in now, is moral relativism. No, it's not just don't be a douche toward others. He laid out fucking rules. He told you what he doesn't want you doing. And yeah, some of it's retarded, but there's a reason. You can't just, that's that Protestant slave mind. So, well, just be good to people. No. They weren't suggestions. They were commandments. Read your Bible, sirs. Like those 10 commandments, they ain't suggestions. All right? You shall not commit adultery. I'm going to hell. Honor your father and mother. I'm going to hell. You shall have no other gods. I'm going to hell. You shall not covet. I'm going to hell. You shall not steal. Depending on the quality of the show, every day, I'm going to hell. Keep the Sabbath holy. Going to hell. Shall not murder. Kill it every day on the show. Shall not bear false witness. Shall not kill. Shall not make idols. I'd say I've probably broken 7 commandments in my life. it ain't the 1 commandments. Don't be a douche. It's 10 for a reason. You know what we need in this place? Here, you know what we need?
A Methodist and the son of a bitch.
I'm just kidding. Fuck Methodists. Smoke Out Prod says that's a good point. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. We got to cancel Santa, too. We do. We have to cancel Santa because it's a false idol. No more Santa. Krampus. It's the only one. Krampus or nothing. All right, we're about $100 away. Renegger, very funny. We're about $100 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. We appreciate all the contributions. So that brings me to this Episcopal Church Bishop, Sean Rowe. And he has a message about immigration. Now, why this asshole should have any opinions on immigration, well, it's because he's used by leftist charities or NGOs to steer immigration of poor third world people into generally Republican rural areas so that they can flip it and make it blue and give Democrats more influence in the government. I meant do God's will and resettle the underprivileged. Is that? I'm sorry. I have Tourette's syndrome. So this guy, Mr. We got to help the downtrodden. We got to resettle immigrants. We got to treat these people with respect. Now, all of a sudden, when it comes to white refugees from South Africa, boy, I tell you, I think you got to look with a little bit of concern at any of these people who have a problem with the United States helping oppressed South Africans who are ready to contribute, who have the skills to contribute to our economy immediately. Anybody shit talking this after years of talking about how great immigration is, you got to start to look at them quizzically and wonder who are they really fighting for and why isn't it your country? This is Episcopal Church Bishop Sean Rowe being really full of shit and kind of racist.
We can't be ourselves in the Episcopal Church and take the step of resettling white Afrikaners from South Africa.
Why? By the way, Episcopal Church, you know what they call them? The frozen chosen, because they're emotionless blobs.
Our church has a long commitment to racial justice and reconciliation, and we have historic ties with the Anglican Church of South Africa, Desmond Tutu.
The Anglican Church? Fuck you, dude. The Anglican Church? That was a church created out of whole cloth by a king who wanted to fuck. We are not going to sit here and take orders from the Anglican Church. If there's any church that should be burned down first when the Catholics reconquer the Holy Land, it's the Anglican Church. King Henry wanted to fucking suck all over the place, wanted to eat pussy until his head caved in, so he's like, fuck the Pope, I'm starting a church. Oh, cool. The moral arbitration of King Henry is what we're going to found a religion on. Fuck you.
Is a part of been a partner in this work for us. So we're just not able to take this step. It's not in line with anything that we're about.
Oh, okay. So the Episcopalian Church is not about helping people who people like them are being slaughtered in their homes in the dead of night and having their property confiscated from them. No, that's not. Did you know that in South Africa, if you murder a white farmer, the land doesn't pass down to their family. The government takes it and they redistribute it to black South Africans. Because, two wrongs make a right. Apartheid, asset forfeiture, land acquisition. It's fine. You see, the white people fucked over the black people in South Africa. So now we just have to fuck over the white people and that'll make it even. The logic we see today, or lack thereof. So this bishop, he wants to help the downtrodden, unless their skin's a little too translucent, I suppose. Veldrain with $1 says, Balakistan declares its independence from Pakistan. Mainstream news doesn't think that is worth paying attention to. Hold on a minute. Balakistan sounds made up. That does not sound like a real place. Republic of Balakistan announced trends on social media. Wow. Pakistan, IED bombing in Balakistan's Quetta kills 1, injuring 10. Oh, shit. That's good. Let's destabilize Pakistan more. That's not going to cause problems. Novocaine with $1 says, Walmart has your shirt. Oh, boy. You guys ready to see my shirt? What a shirt. Why is it on the double XL size? I don't wear a this is a large. Thank you. You see this shirt? This is a large shirt. You see how much fabric I'm pulling at? You see how much this can still come up? This is a large. Thank you. But I appreciate your fashion contributions. Mike Big Hunt says, sounds like we need to go back to Africa and not fire till we see the whites of their eyes again. Shaka Zulu time. Well, that's different. Do you want to colonize it or do you want Shaka Zulu? Because Shaka Zulu, he marched on the Cape. And then the British completely fucking decimated him. Shaka Zulu was a great warrior and leader in Africa in the 17 and 1800s. And Shaka Zulu would fuck up tribe after tribe, and he would conquer area after area. And then what happened was Shaka Zulu went up against the British, and he got his fucking shit pushed in. I'm a Shaka Zulu fan. He's one of my more favorite characters throughout history. He's very interesting to study. But Shaka Zulu marched on the Cape, and they fucking obliterated his, I was going to say spear-wielding ass, but that sounds really racist. But he literally wielded a spear. Yeah, Shaka Zulu didn't do too well against the British. Let's continue on here. Now we can get away from religion. We can get away from all this hoity-toity stuff that we're getting into today. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, hit share. I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and spread the holy word of the toe this morning. Next story we have is the most obnoxious fucking thing I've ever seen. It's being promoted as like a feel-good news story in, this is Burlington, Vermont. Of course, Burlington, Vermont finds this exciting. But this person has started a service, a DJ service. Now, a DJ service for like a wedding or a school dance or whatever, that's cool. That's fine, right? This is a DJ service that comes to your living room while you clean. So, like in the age of Bluetooth speakers being at an arm's reach for like $10, $20, to hang up on the wall, stick on your shower, whatever you want to do, and it'll play your music for you. We've got a DJ service so you can vacuum and some asshole can go scratching at the ones and twos while you're polishing furniture. All right, let's take a look. Let's see. I know I'm going to hate this. Maybe they can change my mind.
If you've been pushing off your spring cleaning, one Vermont-based DJ is making a playlist to help complete your to-do list.
Nothing beats a good playlist. Well,
All right. Already hate it. Nothing beats a good playlist. You sure? How about decimating the Protestant churches?
catch is you still have to clean up around the house, but you'll have your own personal cheerleader to get you through that heavy lifting.
But you already do. You turn on the speaker, you go on your phone, you play your new Eric Church album, and you clean away. It'll be done before you know it.
BC5's Jackson Stover has the story.
If you're like Dove Michael Schiller, you may have been putting off your spring cleaning.
There's always more to clean.
But sometimes all you need is a helping hand.
2, 1.
This would drive me no, thank you. This would drive me fucking insane. Some crazy bitch with butterfly wings and a Pioneer DJ setup on a card table is gonna like boom, 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 while I'm sweeping my floor. How much are you paying for this, dude? And I'm gonna make a guess. Gay dude. This is a gay dude who cannot go a few hours in the day cleaning without thinking about going to a rave and getting fucked in the butt. So he's got to have the goddamn DJ music with him.
Little music to get the job done.
I'm all about making things like a little bit more fun.
Meet Terry Lee.
Oh my God, that's great. You ever just clean your shit and move on and then go do fun shit? No, we're not. Okay.
Weathers, also known as DJ Chitata.
I kind of dress like I'm in a costume all the time.
With only 3 months on the DJ scene, picking up gigs across downtown Burlington, Tara Lee wanted to showcase her newfound passion in a different environment.
Beats and rhythms and music.
Like in your living room.
Some very animated, creative, colorful woman has arrived in our living room.
I was right, gay dude. And then, like, this woman just started DJing. She's been doing it for 3 months, so she sucks. So the only gigs she can get are aging gay gentlemen who, oh, no, my message didn't go through. Shit. I changed the message on the leaderboard, and it didn't work. Oh, man. How do I get the, is a false... Come on. Come on. There we go. I think now I got it to work. Protestantism is a false religion. There we go. That looks good. All right, continue on with the DJ cleaning story.
With this full-on DJ setup.
Here's how it works. You have 1 hour to clean up the mess, whether it's an overflow of dishes in the sink.
There's too many dishes. Here goes the glassware.
That's too many dishes? Homeboy, number 1, get a dishwasher. Number 2, you barely have 1 tub in the sink full. You got a few bowls and a couple of cups. You're a single guy. I mean, sure, you have visitors from time to time, but that's too many dishes? The amount of sloth I'm seeing in this story is troubling to me.
Wait, there we go.
Or a cluttered living room. And she drops the beats.
It kind of went crazy, and everybody was like, this is the best idea. Can you come to Denver, and can you come here? So I think
Nobody said that. She got like 1 Facebook comment. And now all of a sudden she's like, I'm an international superstar.
Might also like travel with this.
Tara Lee has
That's a great way to keep your profit margin up as you begin your new business. Travel expenses. There we go. How much can you make DJing living room cleaning? Couple $100? I'll spend 1.5 tanks of gas getting out there.
ADHD and says, like many, it can be hard for her to focus on everyday tasks.
I have a lot of friends that have ADHD, and one day my friend invited me over to her house to sit on her bed while she put her laundry away that she wasn't able to put away for, I think she said like a month or something like that.
All right, we need to have a talk with the ADHD community. I'm sure I have it. Here's my message to the ADHD community. Fucking grab a hold of your balls and figure it out. Jesus Christ. You know, these people with ADHD, they act like they have stage 4 breast cancer. They're like, with my ADHD, I don't know what to do. Focus. Focus. Keep your hands busy or something. Squeeze a stress ball, but focus on the shit you have to do. But my ADHD, you're not a unicorn. You have a hard time focusing on shit you don't want to do. That's what ADHD is. Oh, man, I really don't want to do this. I'm going to drag my feet. Oh, my God, what a mental disorder you have. You don't want to do some shit you don't want to do. You ever see a person with ADHD who's passionate about something? They don't fucking stop talking about it or doing it, like Protestantism versus Catholicism. They can't fucking help themselves. But like this woman's like, I do weird, crazy, retarded shit, not because I'm a weirdo, but it's my ADHD. There's a reason. Own your gayness.
And then she put it away in a half an hour, and it was amazing.
So she's ready to be in your corner and help get things moving and grooving. If you're waiting for a rainy day to...
Guys, ADHD is not that difficult. While you're doing shit, have something going on to distract you. When people use ADHD as some sort of a crutch, it's like, bro, you know that like ADHD is kind of in a way a superpower. Like you can focus on, I got music going here. I've got, you know, I'll play a video game and I'll have a YouTube video on at the same time. And I can listen to that and I can play the game and I can focus and it's easy and whatever. Get a lot of shit done that way.
Plug in the vacuum, Tara Lee says give her a call or contact her on social media and she'll bring the party to your front door.
She does not look like a party. She seems overbearing as shit. I hate this.
Let's make it fun. Like,
no.
I hate cleaning and I hate organizing and I hate all the things, but music makes
oh my God, me too.
everything better.
It only took Dove about half an hour to make the place shine. Something he says DJ Chitata gets all the credit.
Chitata. God damn. I really, like, I don't want, you know how sometimes you're like, I really want to like this person? I don't really want to like this person, but I know I don't want to hate them this much. But they make it difficult.
I couldn't think of a better way to be inspired to clean.
I can. You look around and go, wow, I live in a shithole. I should really spruce the place up a bit. You know what I should call? You know what I should do? I should call a weird pixie lady to play gay anthems while I clean. What?
Than having great music behind you.
In Burlington, Jackson Stover.
Could you imagine that happening while you're trying to vacuum? You're cleaning a toilet and there's some guy, yeah, everybody, let's give it up for Frankie washing shit stains out of the bowl. It's not necessary. You know what? Best of luck to her. She has ADHD. I don't know if you know that. She has ADHD, and it's a very serious problem. 383 Novocaine with $1 says, one of my classmates moved to Las Vegas and started topless maid service. Great conversation at class reunions. You want to see my tits while I clean? Yeah. What are you, 14? God damn, man. We really are getting pathetic. You're going to clean my house? You know who I want to clean my house? A fat 50-year-old Mexican lady. She will kick ass. I want her to get my house clean. I don't need to see her. In fact, if I see too much of her skin, it's like Sharia law. I see too much of her skin, she's fucking fired. I want you to, and I don't need her to dress in a maid. And she'll put on a maid outfit. I want that bitch in sweats, and I want her scrubbing. I want her to be sexy while I do it. Does everything need to be just fucking come with you? Are you not a grown-up? I want a fat black lady to clean my toilets. You know why? Because she'll do a really good fucking job because she's got her priorities straight. Because she's 55 and she knows she doesn't need to be hot anymore. She's had her kids. She's reproduced. She's waiting to die. Menopause has already come and gone. I just want to clean this guy's house and make some money so I can go to fucking Burger Time. That's it. West Coast Patriot Girl says, and illegal, so she's cheap. Well, that too. But this, like, I got a girl to come clean my house and she puts her tits out. You know you're getting arrested if you do anything to her, right? Like, it's just a lawsuit and a problem waiting to happen. And she's going to do a shitty job cleaning it. Oh, my God, my tits. And my tits are so sexy. Oh, my God, I got my tits out and I'm cleaning your house. Isn't that great that my tits are out? And she's going to leave all kinds of shit all over the place, and she's going to do it. I would love to have there's nothing better than telling a vapid, hot person that you're not impressed with them. I would love to have one of these, like, topless maids come clean my house. And it's like, okay, I'm packing up my stuff and I'm going. I'm like, where the fuck are you going? That shit is still on the floor and you haven't vacuumed. I don't know, but my tits were out. You can see my titty. I don't fucking care. In fact, they're lopsided and I don't think they're that great. Now go clean my toilet. But I don't clean toilets. Yes, you do now. I'm paying. Go wipe my shitter. But it might get on my tits. Then cover them the fuck up. I have my own tits. I mean, I have a girlfriend. I don't mean like my tits. You understand. Yeah, Bigot on socialist media says she's probably stealing shit. Exactly. She's probably stealing. Dysrhythmia says, is this how Aaron role plays with SP? No, that's not how we... I don't make SP pretend that she's a fat black cleaning lady. I don't fuck around with the help. Veldrain with $1 says, I found the DJ lady's friend. Oh boy. Who is this? This is why you should be very careful telling women they're attractive. Like, dude, you got to make them earn it because they just, too many "you're hot" compliments just makes them retarded and gives them no value, you know? Oh, you're so fucking hot. You're so hot. And then they're like, I don't need to do anything. And then they do shit like this. And then men tell them, oh my God, that's so deep. Oh my God, I met this girl. She's so unique and she's retarded. She's retarded. You know that she's retarded. Mr. Me with $5 says, Aaron, have you ever thought that God may condemn you to purgatory with that lady for your past action? Yes. Yes. 100% yes. If God condemned me to purgatory for the things I've done, you know, at least he ain't lying, you know. I don't know if my soul is in good standing at the moment. People saying, what the fuck is today's show? I love today's show. This is the kind of show I want to do. Just jumping all over the place, talking a bunch of shit, yelling, screaming, having a good time. I hope you're hitting thumbs up. I hope you're hitting like and hitting subscribe because our viewership is in the dumper again and it keeps going down. This is the kind of show I want to do. $100 away from today's goal. Like, comment, subscribe, and follow. 50 and the 320 becoming a member for 36 months. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate that. Yeah, I ain't bullshitting when I say like, comment, subscribe, and follow. Our viewership has been going fucking down the last few weeks. All right? I know it goes up. It's always gone up and down, but we need to spread the word. I told you when we win all this drama shit, a lot of weirdo troll people are going to go away. We need to replenish those numbers. The cost of victory is rebuilding, and our win has caused a lot of people to get really frustrated and pissed and go, no, I'm bored with Steel Toe. He keeps going live and he's winning. That's going to cost us. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, hit comment. We pandered to drama queers for a while, and now I'm bored with it. So now you got to build people who don't like drama shit. I mean, I'll mix it in once in a while, but making a whole show of it, you might as well hang yourself at that point. All right, we got some Diddy trial updates today. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Do it. L Train says, is meme copium live? No, probably not. We're just having shitty. Thursdays are always our shittiest numbers, but they're shittier than usual. We're not even at 600 right now. Fuck. So hit like, hit subscribe, hit share. Share's a big one. Have the confidence to tell people you love the toe, and they should too. All right, we got. Somebody in the chat saying that they have they found my cleaning service. Okay, good. Let's take a look.
I love working for Dazzle because I get weekends off.
Inside the gayest cleaning company in America. Okay.
And I get paid really great and supported by a great management staff and boss, Logan, Gia, and Caitlin. You guys rock.
I like working for Dazzle because I enjoy making everyone's home sparkle.
Go back. That's gay. I don't mean like that's gay, like that's gay, bro. I mean the word, the definition of the word. That, ladies and gentlemen, the visual embodiment, that's gay. You want to know what gay is? There it is. Aaron, but what is gay really? Him.
Sparkle. I appreciate everything that Logan stands for, and I love meeting new people, including the clients and my coworkers.
So I don't want to meet my cleaner. I want them to knock on the door. I answer the door, and I'll be like, you steal anything, I'll fuck you up. Have a good time.
I was in here for 3 years, which a lot has changed in 3 years. We do things very differently than we used to. Like, I'm pretty sure I hired Elvira, and I was like, great, can you go clean this house?
That's what happened.
That's what happened. So anyway, thank you so much, Elvira. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm happy working with you too. Thank you. Thank you.
Wait a minute, whoa. So this is supposed to be like the gayest cleaning service, and there's all these twink-looking dudes. Oh my God, I love it so much. But then the one he's paying is just some fat Mexican chick. All right, fine.
Been working here for 3 years, and it's one of the best companies that I work for. And I'm very happy with Logan
We get really good benefits, good pay, and then it's a great company to work with.
I love working for Dazzle Cleaning Company because Caitlin and Gio always have my back when I need them. And I love working for Dazzle because I can work independent.
Now I'm bored. It was gay for a while. Now it's just gay. It's just, you know, they're not downshifting at all, unfortunately. Gifted membership coming in from, where'd I miss it? There we go. Fauci's Pangolin gifting a membership to Coltrane. Thank you very much. That puts us down to 95 for today. Gray Duckling with $5 says, what the fuck? Ooh, I want to see a what the fuck. Our viewership is in the dumper again, and it keeps going down. This is the kind of show I want to do. It's funny. These are competing ideas. I understand that. I don't want to do a show where the audience is going down, but I like the show I'm doing today. 257 on YouTube is pathetic. 274. I think the steel toe victory from this week has hurt a lot of channels. Chad Zumach tweeted out Patrick was at like 350 yesterday total. Everything. Kevin Brennan I saw was in the 500s. It's like all that shit is going away because, you know, it's same old, same old. So we're shaking shit up here on the toe. Veldrain with $1 says, I'm going to help spread the word of the toe. Found someone who will advertise for free. One condition, though, they will only advertise in light language. Oh, God, that lady. That lady. $95 away from our final goal of the week. Thank you very, very much. The Diddy trial. They released the whole 15-minute Royal Rumble. Well, it wasn't really a Royal Rumble. It was more just a one-sided beating of the hotel video where Diddy was beating up Cassie. Like her testimony, they've been going through it in Diddy's federal trial. And they released the whole 15-minute tape. There was also talk in court about how Diddy had offered a security guy $100,000 to make this videotape disappear. Now, I don't even know if one security guy can make that happen. Maybe if you have enough billions and billions and billions of dollars, you can. But in this case, I think that was doomed from the start. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of this hotel video. I don't know if we're going to get through the whole 15 minutes. I mean, that's a big ask. So we all remember this part where they come, you know, winging around the corner like, you know, like a NASCAR race, and Diddy's like pulling her down by her hair and throwing her around. So she's trying to leave. She wants to get the fuck out of Dodge. And then I believe Diddy comes out in like a towel. See, she got the fuck out of the room. She didn't even put her shoes on before she got out in the hallway. I hate this feeling when you're leaving a hotel, like you didn't shower or anything. You just feel greasy and you're going out in public, even if it's just to get to your car. And by the way, there is no sound on this. I apologize. So there's Diddy. Diddy doesn't even put a fucking towel on it. Oh, my God. Guilty. Guilty. Oh, he missed. You missed the kick, bro. Which actually, ironically, might save you. Oh, she's out. No, we're stomping. By God. By God, she's got a family king. And now he's dragging her like King Kong doing a Fay Ray. We obviously can't hear what they're saying, but I'm going to guess that she would like to leave, and he is very much against that idea. But, like, I don't understand how this Diddy trial can't end in at least one guilty verdict for this shit right here. Like, dog, put a towel on. Like, what are we doing? We're just standing, no shame, nothing. Like, you're not, 28-year-old Diddy. You're like a 50-some-year-old man walking out in a hotel, a second away from your cock being out so you can beat the shit out of this chick who just wants to leave. Like that horse collar tackle that he did, that was pretty fucking uh-oh, that's threatening. That's threatening. Don't, uh-oh. Now we can see in the mirror there. Oh, now we can't see in the mirror. But whatever's happening right now, it ain't good. Oh, now he's coming back. Why don't you just leave? Why don't you just leave? Go back to the room. Oh, he's going to sit down in the chair. Cover your nuts, please. Maybe not. Oh, now we're throwing shit at the woman. Okay. He gets up. Like, sister, get the fuck. And also, may I ask, are these like the most occupied elevators in the history of the world? Why is no elevator? How long are we into this? 2.5 minutes, a fucking elevator hasn't come by yet? Still yelling at her. Get the fuck out, sister. Find some stairs. Find something. Like he just horse collared you to the ground, stomped on you a couple times. Oh, she's on the phone. Okay, so she's got the phone at least. She's calling and complaining. And now look at him. Look at Diddy. He's now all of a sudden he's behaving. Now that there's someone who can witness it and they can hear the other line, all of a sudden we're not throwing shit. We're not dragging anybody down. We're not kicking them. We're not yelling and screaming. Uh-oh, maybe he is. Maybe he has. Maybe he's had it. Now he's going to sit down on the chair again while she talks. Now we see it from a different angle. There she is walking down the hallway. No matter what, this camera angle always makes it look like a horror film. I expect Diddy to just run out from the hallway and spear her. Oh, is this the angle of Diddy running out in the towel? So she's going out to the elevators, trying to leave. Oh, here he comes. Yep. He's sprinting out in the towel. Can't even put his fucking underpants on. And flip-flops. Running out to go beat the shit out of his girl. All right, now we're just staring at a hallway. Now here comes a Don Lemon-like character to have a little talk with Diddy. We'll jump around a little bit. Now we got a Mexican cleaning fella. He's walking through. There's Don Lemon again. Making sure everything's okay. Oh, and there's Diddy. Still hasn't put any clothes on. 11 minutes into the video. Still just fucking pecker in a towel. There's the cleaning guy again. I think really, I know they showed this whole video in court because they have to show the whole context of everything. But I think back when we got the dragging her down by the hair and stomping on her, when we got that video last year, I think we got everything we needed. Sometimes they say more context can help. I don't think we really needed more context on that necessarily. It's just like, this is something I've never understood. When somebody wants to leave, like a woman, whatever, like, why are you trying to keep her there? Do you know how miserable it is to have someone who doesn't want to be somewhere? Nobody's happy. Like, if you value your own happiness, if you value peace and tranquility, if someone's like, I don't want to be here, I want to fucking leave, you're like, oh my God, whatever gets the fucking shouting to stop. Go ahead. Maybe it's, take a breather, perhaps. But Diddy, you got to be a special kind of psycho to be like, no, you're not leaving. I want you to be miserable in front of me, to the point where you'll like attack them. I mean, that's just a weird control thing. I value my peace too much. I'm like, all right, look, I'd really like, it'd be nice if you stuck around. That'd be kind of cool. We could hang out. We could have fun. But I want to leave and I want to. All right. Okay. Not that way. Nah. Fauci's Pangolin says he kicks like a bitch. That could be the man shit that dropped off his dick and stepped in it. Yeah, he whiffed. He took like a Randy Orton punt kick at her and he just completely missed. 09 Canyon says because she doesn't want to be there, he wants her to submit. He wants her to not like it and do it anyway. I don't get the submission thing. I don't understand it. Like, the whole beings, they're submissive to you. I don't want them to be submissive. That's weird. That makes me feel like I'm controlling somebody or I'm making them do shit. It's a good feeling when people want to hang around you and they want to have fun and you're like on equal levels. The minute you start to feel like you're making someone do something, I don't know. I feel gross. The minute, like when someone says, hey, I'll do this because you want to do it. I'll be like, let's find something else to do. I'm not a fan of that. Let's do so. Because someone else having fun while you're having fun, that makes it twice the fun. I don't get, and then like the idea, he's like laying his hands on this woman and throwing her to the ground and kicking her. Like at no point during this whole thing didn't stop and go, wow, I'm fucking crazy. It's hard for me to get into that headspace, Hulkamasha Baby says Diddy's whole thing seems like a power trip, so you don't hold the power if they leave without your permission. Oh, God. When people are unhappy, the thing I look forward to the most is when they leave. Jesus. 09 Canyon says he made her fuck male prostitutes in front of them. Yeah, made her do that, had them piss on her. That just sounds like, girl, leave, man. Get the fuck out of there. And she stayed for the whole thing, man. That money thing is powerful. It'll make you put up with a lot of shit you wouldn't put up with a broke dude. That's for sure. And I'm not saying it's not abusive. We just saw video evidence that it was abusive. But at the same time, I have a feeling it would have been a lot easier to leave some broke dude. Miss Tay says, so's P. Diddy, but you kick like a... So's P. Diddy, but you kick like a girl. He does. He kicks like a bitch. Not saying it doesn't still hurt. I'm sure it does, but Christ almighty. All right, guys, hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. I got to stop clicking on the viewership numbers. We're right around 600, but 600 is bad for the toe. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, hit share. Tell your friends that they'll love the show. It's a great way to kill 4 hours in the morning. And let's see if we can get to respectability today. Goal-wise, you guys are more than respectable. What are we at? 90, 95, somewhere around there. $95 away from today's goal. JH says, Aaron, who's more scary, Diddy or R. Kelly? I don't know, kind of both, but like, didn't R. Kelly keep girls? Am I thinking of the right thing? Didn't he keep them in like almost dungeons at one point? I got to say R. Kelly because like Diddy was dealing with a grown woman and R. Kelly was like, he had extra influence because some of them were underage and there was the whole grooming aspect of it. I think that might be part of it. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's talk about our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253. Fucking they're right. Meme Copium is live. God. I'm like, wow, we are fucking not doing great. We are slow on the uptick viewership-wise today. I go to YouTube. Sure enough, there's that little fucker. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing. Better to have their number and not need it than need it and not have it. So let's use our friends at All Care Towing when we go in the ditch, when we get in an accident. When you need a tow, you need All Care Towing. Midland Armory, downtown Foley, everything suppressor related, you can have it handled start to finish at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. What's the best firearm you need for self-defense, for sports shooting, for protection? Ask them. Derek and Tracy are more knowledgeable than anybody. That's Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota. Downtown Foley, MidlandArmory.com. And Stoney's, it's bike night tonight. Wild Willie's Sandwich Shack. Bike night at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Go see Cheetos. Have a pizza. Have one of their ultimate Bloody Marys. Have a couple of beers. Enjoy yourself at Stoney's Bar for bike night in downtown Rockville on Broadway. That's Stoney's Bar. Live music every weekend, and the anniversary show coming up July 26th. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Thank you to Bigot on Socialist Media for gifting a membership. This one to Would You. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. People saying about Diddy that he's going to jail. Yeah. I mean, it's got to be corruption on a grand scale or the dumbest jury ever. I mean, he's got to go to jail for some of this shit. Jill for Trump says Cassie said at trial, quote, Diddy had set up freak-offs that included violence. Cassie did not want bruises during a movie premiere in 2 days after. Yeah, it sounds like that lady was really put through hell. It sounds like she really had a terrible time. You feel bad for her. The money, the power, everything else. So we told you this earlier today. The media is trying to set up these narratives about the South African migrants that like, oh, come on, migrants are bad. You know, it is so funny to watch the dynamic shift in the way we talk about immigrants from left to right, depending on who the immigrants are. Immigration is sacrosanct. We got to let people come here, especially if they're struggling. It's what America does. Hey, we're bringing in white South Africans. Fuck that. Immigration is the worst thing in the world. Like, you want to get liberals to put on a MAGA hat, tell them that white South Africans are coming to town. And then all of a sudden, we need to shut down the borders and become an isolationist country. But now the media is digging into some of the migrants and finding out about their past and going, oh, is this the kind of person you want in America? You know, where was this shit when we were importing MS-13 members? Where was this shit when we were bringing in their hero, Abreu Garcia, a human smuggler? Where was this intrepid level of investigation into the background of the people coming into this country when it was the people you wanted to mass migrate into the country? Well, one of the, by the way, Sam Show, if you weren't for bringing in South African farmers before, I have a feeling you will be. One of the South African refugees President Trump welcomed to the United States has a controversial social media history that includes brazenly anti-Semitic content. Uh-oh. That's not good. You know, it's amazing. When it's Latinos or when it's Muslims or anything else, we don't look at anything. We don't bother checking on any backgrounds. And then they say, well, it's difficult. We can't do background screening for every immigrant. Oh, really? But you guys have the ability to go back and check the Twitter of every South African who comes here and pick and cherry pick the littlest things? Earlier this week, Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau personally met a group of 59 Afrikaners as they arrived at Dulles International Airport. In a video posted by the State Department, Landau warmly greeted the refugees, noting many were farmers in a metaphor about good seeds. Now, Charles Kleinhaus, 46, told the New York Times that he had a farm in Limpopo, South Africa, and had signed up for the refugee program for safety reasons, intending to move to Buffalo, New York. He said his life was threatened and people tried to claim his property as their own. But the reporters were unable to verify his account. Oh, so when it's them saying it, we don't believe them. We don't believe victims when it's white South Africans. Like, I'm sorry, you can't make me not talk about this. You can't make me not notice this shit when you throw it right in front of my face. It did not take long for Kleinhaus's social media commentary to be discovered. In his account on X, the social media platform owned by Elon Musk. Now, Kleinhaus is a staunch supporter of Trump, sharing some of the idealized AI-created content, blah, 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 blah. But most importantly, reported the Bulwark, Kleinhaus has also posted about Jews and Israel in the kind of way that might get someone who wasn't a white South African deported, calling Jews untrustworthy and dangerous. Well, then liberals ought to love him now. This is one of the tweets they grabbed from 2023, from 2 years ago, that he was responding to someone else. He said, Jews are untrustworthy and a dangerous group. They are not gods chosen like to believe they are. Where is the temple that must be their concern? Leave us alone. We all believe in the God of Abraham, Moses, and Jacob. I almost said something ugly. So now that, let me get this straight. So he tweeted something quasi-offensive about Jews. So in the Bulwark and Mediaites' mind, that should cancel him from coming to America. But body cam footage of a guy smuggling Mexicans into the country, of human trafficking and MS-13 tattoos and the whole deal, that guy is a hero and he should be brought back to America immediately. I'm sorry, but if you didn't do this stupid bullshit with Abreu Garcia and the gay barber, we would maybe take you a little more seriously on Charlie Kleinhaus. But you had no problems with letting fentanyl-dealing, murderous gang members into this country without checking them out. I'm sorry, I'm not going to fall for your woe is me, I don't like this guy's Twitter bullshit. It falls on deaf ears in this case. It's going to be funny to watch how desperate they get, because they don't want the South Africans to come here because they're not going to vote their way. It will be very interesting to see how desperate the stuff they turn up gets to be. Dead Game says, Aaron, MS-13 are all God's children, says Nancy Pelosi. Los Federales says, bullshit. Nobody immigrates to Buffalo, New York in hopes of a better future. You know, maybe they've got a point. Hey, guys, thanks for hitting like. Thanks for hitting subscribe. Thanks for hitting follow. We've now eclipsed 600, which is our low water mark for acceptability. Keep hitting like, keep hitting share, keep hitting follow, keep hitting subscribe. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, 90 away from knocking out today. I appreciate it. This is something that a lot of people were talking about yesterday, and I'm really glad they were. You know, I didn't even know this existed. But they're making a John Madden movie. They're making a movie about one of the great NFL coaches of all time. And John Madden is being played by Nic Cage. This fucking rules. Christian Bale is also going to be in the movie. He's going to play Raiders owner Al Davis. Amazon MGM Studios is making the movie. I'll have to tell you, I love John Madden. I grew up playing the football game, him on commentary with Pat Summerall and then doing Monday Night Football. And, his coaching days were a little before my time, but John Madden was a cultural icon. He was a cultural figure. If you didn't know anything, you knew Madden. If you weren't a football person, you knew Madden. It was one of the most popular video games every year. So, but I don't really know if John Madden's life gets a movie. You know what I mean? What are they going to do for a John Madden? He was a football coach, and he don't get me wrong, he was a great football coach. He was one of the best ever, but at the same time, it's just a fucking football coach that won a Super Bowl. I don't really, unless there's something I'm missing about the John Madden story, I don't really see how you're going to get a 2-hour movie out of it. However, I got to show you guys the pictures they took of Nic Cage and Christian Bale as John Madden and Al Davis. They did a pretty good job. You know what? Fuck it. Let's full screen this one. Nic Cage as John Madden is the Nic Cage role that we needed. I love that. And Christian Bale has a knack for you talk about a guy who has the art of skin walking down in acting. And it's Christian Bale. There's always that criticism of guys like McConaughey and Matt Damon. They're like, oh, they play McConaughey in every movie. Or, oh, they play Matt Damon. Or Leo DiCaprio plays Leo DiCaprio in every movie. There's that. Samuel L. Jackson, Jack Nicholson. People have that criticism. One guy who has worked his ass off his entire career to stay away from that criticism is Christian Bale. Dude, the guy, he absorbs the skin of the person he's playing in every movie he's in, whether it's Batman, whether it's Inception, whether it's The Fighter, Machinist, playing Al Davis. He clearly looks like Al Davis. Or even in the Marvel movie he's been in, the Thor movie where he played the villain. I thought he was the best performance of the entire movie. I mean, Christian Bale is, I hope we appreciate him. That's all. He's got to be one of the top 5 actors of his generation, of his era. I mean, just to be able to play Batman and then move on and still have a great career afterwards, it's pretty great. And Nicolas Cage as John Madden, Nicolas Cage can't not rule in anything he does. I don't care if he sounds like Madden. I don't care if he doesn't move like Madden. Doesn't matter to me. Just the fact that Nicolas Cage is going to play John Madden and he's so serious in all the publicity shots. I love it. I think it's great. I'm excited for it. I don't think a John Madden movie will be good, but I just like that they're making the attempt and the guys they got for us. Dub says John Madden on Sega Genesis was superior to Joe Madden football. Underrated Sega Genesis football game. Primetime 95, Deion Sanders football game. Colorado Rob with $1.99 says Cage going to put on more weight. Suggestions? How dare you? Rexstart parody account says Pat Summerall to be played by his own exhumed corpse. He'll do a great job. Chevy fan says Christian Bale has Aaron's hairline in this movie. Pumped to make the comparison. Dead Game says Aaron after Affleck, any Batman is just Batman. Dude, I don't know if this is controversial or not. I liked Batfleck. I thought Batfleck was the best part of those dog shit DC movies that they made. I thought Affleck was the only shining light in the whole deal. Miss Tay gifting a membership over on Rumble. Thank you very much. She gave it to Hurtneck. If Hurtneck wants to pass on that membership, we highly encourage it. Thank you very much, Miss Tay. 85 away from knocking out today. All right. We've eclipsed 300 in both services. And with Facebook and Kick, we are around 650. So it got a little better today, but I'm going to say, I've said it once, I'll say it again. Fucking meme copium. Veldrain with $1 says best Batman was George Clooney. Shut up. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says best Batman, Adam West. He embodies what Batman was back then perfectly. Ooh, I don't know about that. He was a little cartoony for old Batman. Best Batman ever? I don't know. That's a tough one because, like, Batman's such a multifaceted character. I mean, the movies were shit, but I would argue that Batfleck could have been the best Batman ever. Keaton's pretty good. I mean, all of them, even Kilmer, didn't do a bad job. I think Clooney was the only shitty one, but still, you got to remember, like, Clooney was given shit to work with. Miss Tay gifting another couple of memberships. Chevy fan getting one. I can't even keep up with what Miss Tay's doing right now. We've got, I thought Pattinson did a good job in that last movie as Batman. Harry Balls getting a membership from Miss Tay. You guys pass them along. Keep passing those memberships along. We appreciate it. $70 away from today. And Miss Tay is now at $260 for the week. Miss Tay, if you missed it, Crunchy gave you all of her money, like $160 or whatever it was. So she pumped up your numbers just a little bit. $70 away from today's goal and a perfect week. Thank you guys very much for your generosity once again. Let's go to this next story is fucking creepy. And it just seems like one of those 0 to 100 type of deals. Like someone has a problem, and instead of like kind of working it out and working out the pros and cons and like, I'm going to do this and then I'm going to do that. This is a guy who had an issue and went, boom, I'm just going to act. And it's going to end him up in a world of shit. So this guy had a gold ring. And apparently somebody, I don't know what the relationship to the person is. Somebody was wearing a ring. a gold ring of this man's, and it was buried with the man's urn. Now, let me test the audience here real quick. When you have an item that was buried mistakenly with another person, what would be the proper solution? What steps should you take to try and get your ring back from the person who was buried in the cemetery? Go ahead, throw me a couple ideas, because like my personal opinion would be perhaps you call the cemetery, or if there's a church that runs the cemetery, and you ask them, hey, is there any classy way that I can get this ring back, or will you exhume to get my ring back? Just a way like that. Or you can be like somebody too, and you can say, dig them up. Sam Show says dynamite. Dead Game says cut it off, finger and all. Well, Fisher's police in Indiana, apprehended an Indianapolis man after he was caught digging up a grave site to retrieve a gold ring he said he had buried with an urn. Oh, I'm so forgetful. I just keep burying things with dead people, and then I got to go back and dig them up, and it becomes a whole thing. According to the Fishers Police Department, on Monday, an officer was on a routine patrol near Oak Lawn Memorial Garden Cemetery when he noticed a suspicious vehicle. The vehicle was empty, but the officer saw a shotgun and some paraphernalia inside. You got to bring a shotgun to the graveyard? Well, you know what? Zombies. I get it. As the officer investigated the vehicle, the suspect emerged from the nearby woods. The officer reported that he was covered in dirt from head to toe and confirmed that he owned the vehicle. That's so weird. Like, you're coming out of a cemetery, an officer's next to your vehicle, you're just caked in mud and dirt. He's like, sir, is this your vehicle? Yeah, what's up? Well, sir, you're covered in dirt and you have a shovel in your hand. Yeah, I was digging up a grave. Why? What? Sir, are you the Undertaker here? No, I've never wrestled a day in my life. Why? Well, sir, you can't just dig up graves. Well, he had my gold ring. What was I supposed to do? During questioning, the suspect claimed he said he worked for Oak Lawn Memorial Gardens and had recently buried an urn containing a gold ring. He admitted that he couldn't stop thinking about the ring, which led him to dig it up in order to pawn it. Wait a minute. It said in the article that he said it was his ring, that he mistakenly buried it with an urn. Now he's saying that, well, which one is it then? He buried it. Why wouldn't you tell the cops the mistakenly buried the ring and it's mine story? Why would you choose to give the news the story of, oh yeah, I accidentally buried it, it's my ring, I'll go back and get it? Why would you tell the cops, oh yeah, I dug the body up to grab the ring and pawn it? It's got to be a typo. Now, when he noticed the police approaching his vehicle, the suspect hid the ring behind a dumpster. However, he later showed officers where to find the ring and also led them to the grave that he had disturbed. Oh, okay. So he did give the story that it was his ring at first, but when he saw the cops, all right. As a result, the suspect was arrested on multiple charges, including felony theft, cemetery mischief, criminal trespass, and disturbing the ground in order to access a gravesite. It turns out he did not know the deceased and that he was an employee there. After learning about the incident, cemetery staff checked the site and believed this was the only grave that was disturbed. The family of the deceased has been notified. Now, see, to me, when you catch one of your employees digging up a grave and stealing a ring, there's no way in my mind he hasn't done this before. Like, you didn't catch him the first time that he decided to dig up a grave. This is a way that guys like this are like making a little side hustle. And listen, if you think about it, look, I'm not telling you guys that I'm on this guy's side necessarily, but hold on. Just let me quarterback this thing for a second. The body has been cremated. The ring has been placed there with the urn. That guy's not going to miss it, and the family they're not going to know that it's gone. So if you can dig it up, nobody catches you, you can get the ring, and you can bury everything back again. You're not even disturbing a body. He's been cremated. So it's just some ashes in a thing. If nobody catches you, did you really do anything that wrong, and could you live with yourself? Especially, like, it's not like he's keeping the ring. He's going to pawn it, and he's going to take some cash, and he made a little side hustle. Look, still wrong. I got people writing in the chat, it's immoral, fuckface. I know it is. I know it's immoral. It's wrong. You shouldn't do it. He should not have dug this up. I get it. I understand. I'm playing devil's advocate here. In the idea of, like, in the spirit of ranking this thing from, like, you're going straight to hell down to, ooh, that wasn't cool. Like, what I'm saying is, if you do it without anybody finding out and nobody ever knows about it, did you hurt anyone? That's just, answer me that question. Not from a moral perspective or any. I've already lost. I thought that we were going to, I'm just trying to do, this is why it was very hard for me to be a libertarian. They always do these thought exercises, you know, where they try to, refresh. Everybody refresh. OBS took a shit for a second. I'm really sorry. Let's keep going with the chat. Turtle Steel Shell says, what kind of psycho buries an urn? That's not as uncommon as you think. My grandmother on my dad's side, she was cremated and she was buried next to my grandpa, who had died 20, 30 years before her. So it does happen. What the fuck is the point of getting cremated if you're still going to get put in the dirt? Well, they don't eat your corpse, you know, like bugs and time, and, you know, your body doesn't rot away. So, I mean, there's that point. It is weird, though. I agree. Like, if you're going to get cremated, you might as well let your loved ones keep your ashes. Although, like, no matter what, you're going to, okay, if you don't get buried, at least if you're buried, there's a final resting place. You understand that if you get cremated and you go in an urn, eventually there's going to become a generation that's so far removed, they're not going to give a fuck about you, and you're going to end up in a dumpster. So, theoretically, even if you're cremated, would getting buried be preferred to being in an urn, and then maybe in, 70, 80 years, you just get discarded? West Coast Patriot Girl says, God is watching. No. I'm not saying that this guy was right. I'm saying, if nobody ever found out, is there really a victim? I'm trying to approach this in a way where we can think outside the box. Concrete PD says Aaron will start a ghoul gang for that buried Jew gold. That is not what I'm saying. Not at all. Aaron wants to be buried in cake batter. McBuster says, eat your loved ones. Show some respect. Yeah, you might. West Coast Patriot Girl says you might end up at the Goodwill. Yes. You might end up at the Goodwill if you end up in an urn to be passed around from generation to generation. Somebody says, have you considered buying some land and making it a cemetery, and then you no longer have to pay property taxes on it? Is that true? Not that, look, I really answered that in a very Jewish fashion. I shouldn't answer these questions so quickly. I was like, oh my God, is that true? Ooh, here it comes. Thunderstorms are coming, boys and girls. I just heard it outside. Ooh, it's about, oh, how I wish it would rain down. I'm not saying I want to start a ghoul gang and rob cemeteries. I'm also not saying that I want to declare my land a cemetery so that I can make it tax-free. That sounded very Jewish, and I responded to it very quickly. But is that true, that if you declare your land a cemetery, you don't pay property taxes on it? Yeah, but then you got to start burying people on it. Ugh. Turtle Steel Shell says, shoot my corpse out of a random SpaceX mission. Let me burn up on re-entry. I'm a haunt everybody. Fuck. Thermodyne Diesel with $1 says, I would like to be buried. I agree with you. Yeah, like I said, eventually people are going to stop caring enough about you because they never knew who you were, and they're not going to keep the ashes, and it's like they're going to move houses and forget you, you know? Approachable says, Aaron, I've got the 56 shovels you wanted me to pick up for the rally this weekend. Where do you want them? I'm not grave robbing. Guys, he's making shit up. I never said that. Never once did I say that. Never, ever, ever. Yeah, West Coast Patriot Girl says, good defense for serial killers. Tax write-off. That's not... Obama phone Pro Max 5G with $499 says the NFL needs to revoke the Madden from EA, who keeps making subpar video games and ruining John Madden's legacy. I don't think you're wrong. The Madden games have been very iffy the last few years. $65 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. Keep going. We'll knock out that last 65 in no time and call it a win for the toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. All right, we got knocked off the air for a little bit there. Do me a favor. Today's show is already struggling viewership-wise after a great start to the week. Monday and Tuesday were awesome. Wednesday and Thursday fell off a bit. Go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Our subscribers are going up lately, too. We've just had a few struggle buses here into the summer months. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, share. We love it all. Thank you guys very, very much. Oh, yeah, they even, my restream even went down. They sent me the viewership report as if the stream had ended. Son of a bitch. Thank you, guys. Hobo Chili says, Aaron, I've got those 56 pallets of Cheez-Its you wanted. Please don't eat them in one sitting. I love Hobo, but I'm noticing something. And I'm noticing something with the audience, too. Like, their responses to Hobo are less and less. I think Hobo's running out of material. Like, I think we got to do something other than the fat bit and, like, the food bit. Because I think we've run out of ways to say you eat unhealthy food and you're overweight. I never thought that could happen. But since every comment Hobo makes is that, I feel like, I don't know, maybe the audience disagrees with me. I think maybe he's got to, switch it up a little bit. I think he's got to switch it up just a little. I don't think he's, beyond rescuing. I just think we gotta freshen up the mode of attack, I think. $5 from Dead Game says, daily groveling money. Now stop. What? I've been such a good boy this week. You guys have been hammering them out nice and easy. I appreciate that. $60 away from today. Thank you very much, Dead Game. Very easy to do this. $5 at a time. Crowder Wears Panties says, those old Mersh guys are always projecting. I'm happy that we could be a refuge for former Mersh fans, though. I mean, there's a lot of former Mersh fans, and they need a place to go, and by God, I'm happy to take them. Somebody, too, says burial on private property is possible in Minnesota. Says you must have the land surveyed and the plat recorded with the deed. The cemetery land will be exempt from taxation. Oh, shit. Hobo says, well, when I insult you, you get pissy. No, are you kidding me? I've always laughed. I've always thought you were very, very funny. It always bums me out when a funny guy like you, like I read the comments and I'm like, oh, I'm bored. Like, I don't want to be bored by your stuff. If anything, I'm just saying I believe you're capable of being more creative. And when you get lazy, I like to let you know, like, hey, you're doing a great job, but it's starting to become formulaic. If anything, you're going through the motions a little bit, buddy. Hey, I got some AOC for you today. How excited are you guys? Not only do I have AOC, I have AOC yelling at a guy, a male Republican, and I have AOC yelling at a Republican male for being a survey says sexist. You know, I'll say this. I think AOC has been way too patient, and she's been way too professional and way too nice for way too long. I miss the old days AOC where she was yelling and screaming and pointing her finger and calling people names and shit. We need that AOC back. Somebody let her know that she'll never be president. She doesn't need professionalism. We want our feisty Latina back. Hobo says, okay, I forgot everything revolves around you. Like an orbit. See? Not bad. I mean, it's still just the fat thing over and over. So, like, I think diversifying the attack might work. It's just that, you know, it's like when you hear the same song over and over. It's like, it's still a good song. You're just like, I know where it's going. Approachable with $1 says, you're saying we need to find a different way to say you're pudgy? No, I'm saying you need to find different flaws. I know it's difficult because I'm a damn near perfect entertainer and broadcaster, but I think you can find flaws other than chubby. I mean, if you can't, that's fine. I'll still read them. And I'll fake laugh at them if you want me to. Thou guy dost protrude too much, and your chin is that of a turkey. Okay, see, now that's kind of poetic and funny and creative, but also remarkably hurtful. Very hurtful. All right, it's, Dysrhythmia tells me it's Latinx, Aaron, you goddamn bigot. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Guys, we're way the fuck down there. I'm going to stop looking at the numbers. We're way down today. It's a nightmare day. We did get over 300 on both, which is like the bare minimum for the toe. But seeing twos in the all day, that is rough for us, man. Thursdays are usually rougher, but this one has been really bad. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and I'm an egotist, so it does get to me. Meme Copium's live today, too, but it used to not knock us down this bad. Yikes! Good thing we had a small goal today. $60 away. Help us knock it out. Let's go to this. Like, when I get under 600 viewers, I'm like, do I even have an audience anymore? Like, is this even a show? If it's under 600? I'm not sure. We'll get back to the 800s or so tomorrow during Rumble Friday. Let's not go through the motions, though. We got plenty of content for you today. AOC yelling at these big, evil, terrible, sexist Republican men. This is the kind of leadership this country needs because, you know, in the era of Trump, you've got so many people who are just flat out sexist. They think it's okay to just be prejudiced and bigoted towards women, towards minorities. Stop cheering. Why are you doing that? Let's go ahead and see our hero of the downtrodden, Democratic representative from New York, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Go ahead, honey. You go get them. I hope they only give her a 5-second ad. I want to get right into the AOC anti-sexism goodness.
Okay, what about miscarriage?
Thank you.
What about miscarriage?
I'm reclaiming my time. Thank you. I just want to.
I think you should have been one. Wait, what? No, that's not what I did not mean to say that at all, and nobody should agree with that. That's a terrible, hateful thing to say.
Make the point that we'd like for you to address the Republicans, and let's have a dialogue this way and not to a camera. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Ooh. So she may be about to yell at a guy, but he sure was being kind of a bitch right there. Did you hear that? They said, Madam, we'd ask you that you direct your comments to the Republicans and the people here and not for the TV cameras. Whoa. Now, first of all, those TV cameras are C-SPAN cameras, so easy on the TV part. I mean, I don't know if anyone's really watching, you know, like today's show. But he's being a bit of a cunt. I could see if she needs to call him out for that. Oh, by the way, you see this woman right here in the blue? She fell asleep during this hearing. You know how we had that Republican guy who just completely conked out and our Congresswoman, Michelle Fischbach, needed to wake him up? That was a Republican. This is a Democratic woman, and she passed the fuck out during this hearing, too.
But
the gentleman yields back.
But I'm asking the question, what about a miscarriage?
The gentleman yields back.
I'm trying to engage in the way that the gentleman...
The lady is out of order. The gentleman yields back.
Oh, so we don't want for women having miscarriages and bleeding out in parking lots. Okay.
Oh, we don't want to have a conversation about women having miscarriages and bleeding out in parking lots. I mean, not during dinner. It's not very polite. It's kind of disgusting. But I guess in Congress we could discuss it. But it wasn't her turn. The gentleman yielded back his time. It's supposed to be his turn to speak, and now she's trying to, dig in on the miscarriage deal.
Be recognized.
Speaking of where we are addressing and who we are addressing.
Okay. Ranch, please. Oh, addressing. I thought you were asking me what I wanted for address. You see, Hobo? I see. It's a little fresh take. A little ranch dressing. It's one of the fattier ones.
There are 13.7 million Americans on the other side of that screen right there. Hello?
Oh, look at her. She's being a little bitchy, too, because he's like, address us, don't address the TV cameras. She's kind of CM Punk pipe bombing us a little bit. By the way, I have a really sad take on this. And I didn't think this day would come so soon. AOC is starting to age a little bit. I love her. I still think she's a cutie. I still would. But, AOC's whole hook was like she was in her 20s or late 20s and she was, sexy and perky. And now she's starting to look like a congresswoman. You know what I mean? I always worried this day would come.
Hello.
Now we got to settle for regular hotties like Ilhan Omar. Take that burqa off, girl. Let them follicles breathe. I also think, what's her name? What's hand job in the theater lady? Shaft grasper. Beetlejuice jerker. Beetle jerk. Boebert. Lauren Boebert. The one who's probably taken that Kid Rock's probably dumped loads into. Lauren Boebert.
Oh, I'm talking to you because I work for you.
Aw, shit.
And they deserve to see what is happening here.
Fucking talking about me, bitch?
Because there are plenty of districts, including Republican ones, where 25% of your constituents are on Medicaid. 40% of your constituents are on Medicaid. And yes, I am talking.
And I got to be honest with you, that's part of the problem for me.
The gentlelady yield.
I am talking to them, and I will not yield because it was a terribly disrespectful comment.
Oh, shit.
And I will not yield to disrespectful men. Thank you very much.
Oh, she's going after the disrespectful men. AOC getting after the dicks again. Look at our girl fighting back against that patriarchy. Huh? Look at her fighting back against that patriarchy. You love to see it.
Yield back.
We'll yield back to the gentlelady. Okay.
Oh, but she's yielding back to the gentlelady, not the gentleman. The gentleman can go suck a dick. The gentlelady, though, is this the same?
What about miscarriage?
Okay, we did. All right, that's the beginning of that one. So there's AOC. She's, she's fighting for the things that matter. I always find that weird when they get in these like philosophical discussions. Like it's not about helping the American people or anything else. They just get into these little pissing matches live on TV in Congress where they're like, what about miscarriages and a woman bleeding out, and aren't 40% of your people on Medicaid? And they're like, all right, guys, we're getting into the weeds a little bit here. Can we talk about like whatever this bill is or whatever this proposal we got to deal with is, instead of just like gotcha questions? Yeah, West Coast Patriot Girl says she's not far from pantsuits and bad haircuts. I hope not. Das Optic Nerve, I was asking who the shaft grasper at the theater was, and he writes Nick. It's not very nice, sir. It's not very nice. I've been hearing some rumors, by the way, since you mentioned that Null, Josh from Kiwi Farms, needed someone to go to central Minnesota for him this week, and they did. Josh from Kiwi Farms does his show, Mad at the Internet, on Fridays. I don't know what he needed someone to go to central Minnesota for. Oh my. Holy shit. You hear that? Did that come across? Wow. That's still shaking the house. I think we're going to get a bit douched with rain, if we're not already. That was one of those shots where I was just like waiting for the lights to go out and I was waiting for everything to shut down. Yikes. Yeah, I don't know what Josh is what's going on with Josh. But I do know that his show will be broadcasting live a week from tomorrow, which is the 1-year anniversary of the big arrest that shook up the steel toe world. I wonder if he doesn't have something. Let's go to, there's a hell of a storm front coming. Hopefully your trailer is bolted down, says Chevy. I don't live in a... How dare you, sir? How dare you? That was a big, bad fucking thunderbolt, though. Holy shit. We're in for it today, boy. $60 away from today's goal. Go ahead and throw us a couple of bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's continue on with today's show. You know, I have this weird vibe, like I want to play down to my level of competition, like numbers are in the shitter today. And I feel like that's, like, you should keep, doing a great show. But, like, I have done a great show. Like, today's show fucking kills. Today's show's been awesome. That whole religion thing was great. The grave robbery bit was awesome. The whole thing about the maids and all that was really good. That's just kind of, I hate days like today. I have for the last 10 years, Steel Toe is one of those shows where, like, with me, I always think the end is near. Like, for 5 years, I've always, or for 10 years, I've always felt like, if I have one bad day, like, the end is nigh. Jack Sixes says, your show fucking blows. Oh, my show is so much better than anything you watch, dude. It's so much funnier, and we actually talk about shit. You got it. Yeah, Jack Sixes, you're lost in the darkness, buddy. Let us help you. Let us help you, bud. You seem mad, too. That's the other thing. Like, you're just an angry guy. I don't want you to be an angry guy. Like, you rooted for something that didn't happen. I was supposed to be gone by now. I'm not gone. And you just seem really pissy about it. I don't want you to be that way, buddy. I want to help you out. Let's go to some more news. We'll get through what we've got today. We're about 55 away from today. We've got it. Jack Sixes, as he's angrily watching a show he doesn't like, goes, I'm not mad, bro. Okay. McBuster says Jack seems like a bitch a little bit. Ooh, I like this. I like when people give me free content. Let's do that. Come on, Jack. We just want to use you for free content. They're saying, what a whiny cunt. Imagine being mad on the internet, says Crowder Wears Panties. That's what I don't get. Like, one thing I don't get about people like Jack, it's like, how can you be sitting here on just like a news talk show, like a wacky morning show, and just being angry at the host? Like, unless you're a soft bitch who's easily offended and like you're getting offended at things I say, okay, well then you can be a pussy and you can get mad. But like, imagine being mad at me and the persona I put out online. Like, imagine that being something that you get angry about. I understand that I'm very good at what I do and I'm good at eliciting emotions and that's my job. But like, you honor me because I don't think I'm that good at it. Like, you angrily watching constantly and writing in and needing my attention. I don't think I'm that good, but then people like you prove that I am. And it kind of, like, it goes to my head a little bit, to be honest. And I don't want it to go to my head. I want to be such a humble boy. Yeah, Jack Sixes goes, LOL. When they start with LOL, by the way, they're mad. I'm only angry at your second chin, dude. Killing it, Jack Sixes. You got to come up with something better than the stuff my own audience and I joke about as fans of the show. Come on, Jack Sixes. Just admit you're a big fan of the toe and we'll stop using you for free content, buddy. Thank you, Redbird, with $5. Appreciate it. He says, this is fun. I'll open that up. We'll check it out later. Oh, where'd he go? God damn it. I think we should give Jack an honorary spot on the leaderboard. West Coast Patriot Girl says he's only mad because he cares. He says, I love the toe, but shit still sucks, dude. What are you a fan of? Tell me what you're a fan of, Jack Sixes, and I'll tell you why the show we do is better. Like, first of all, I'm fucking hilarious. You cannot help it. Even if you hate me, I'm fucking hilarious. I killed at fucking Hackamania. I came in there and tore the place down. And they think I'm fucking Satan. They're insane. They're mentally ill as fuck. And even they had to admit the toe kicking some ass. So what is it you like, Jack Sixes? Now, he's not going to actually admit to what he likes because he knows it's kind of bottom dweller garbage. But he'll come up with something. Oh, no, he's not. He's not. He doesn't want to do it. Oh, man. I like having guys like Jack. It gives me a break from just going from story to story on the show. Like, I just get to kind of make fun of a guy who takes shit a little too seriously. He says, no, I'm drawing a blank. Oh, he's too chicken shit. He doesn't want to give us a name. Poor guy. That's okay. Sorry for making you upset, buddy. I just want to entertain you. Approachable says, wait, normally I would just say get rid of this guy and move on, but now I'm curious. Why are you angry at a flap of extra skin? That's a weird hatred to have. That is really odd. Like this little thing here, you're mad at it? Like if you're mad at this thing here, I think you've got more problems than just me, buddy. And we're a helpful show. Like we would assist you through that dark time in your life. But Dead Game says, give him time to acclimate, Aaron. Yeah, maybe he'll just get used to it. And we'll be able, there, now we can be friends again. This is actually a pretty based moment by CNN. CNN, oh shit, there's another big one. Holy fuckaroni. This is, I kind of, now I feel like I'm missing out. I kind of want to go watch this. God damn. Well, anyway, CNN has been pushing back on the Democrats lately, and not just for butt sex, but they've been pushing back on the idea, and I don't know why we're rehashing this now, but they want to talk about Joe Biden's cognitive decline. Now, we don't need these guys to admit that Joe Biden had cognitive decline. It's not necessary. We all saw it. We all watched it. You guys lost the election. All's well that ends well. But they are hell-bent on asking each other, like, are you going to admit that Joe Biden had cognitive decline and when? It's like, what's the point? You guys were all denying it when it mattered anyway. But this is Wolf Blitzer, who's 90, and I think he forgets where he is sometimes, giving one of the leading Democrats, Hakeem Jeffries, a hard time about Joe Biden's cognitive decline. Now, if you're wondering, like, is CNN trying to go right-wing now? Are they doing the shitting on Biden thing? No. What's happening is Jake Tapper, who works for CNN, he wrote a book about Joe Biden's mental decline. And so now CNN is just pimping that book over and over because if Jake Tapper's book does well, it looks like CNN's still relevant. So here we go.
From the book, President Biden didn't even recognize George Clooney at a fundraiser the movie star was actually hosting for him. Why should voters...
He didn't recognize George Clooney. You know that means you're having mental problems because that guy is gorgeous.
Trust Democrats when it's clear so many in your party went to great lengths to keep Biden's condition hidden from the public.
Now, what would harm this guy from going, yeah, like, because I would understand why they hit his cognitive decline. Like, if this guy would give the answer that, look, we're afraid of Trump. We didn't want him to be in charge again. We don't like what he stands for, and we needed to get him out of there. And if that meant pretending we didn't see that Joe Biden was falling apart and he was having serious cognitive problems, fine, then we're going to do it. We can acknowledge it after the election, and we can figure it out then. But for the time being, we're just going to push forward. We're going to pretend we don't notice anything, we don't see anything, and we're going to tell the American people that he's spry and he's in good shape and he's doing awesome. What's wrong with just being honest? It might score you guys some points. Your approval rating's already in the shitter. Just admit that you didn't want Trump to win, and acknowledging that Biden was falling apart psychologically is not a good electoral strategy.
I can't tell you what happened between George Clooney and President Biden. I wasn't at
they fucked
that event. What I can say is that we're not looking backward. We're going to continue to look forward, because at this moment, we've got real problems that need to be addressed on behalf of the American people, including...
That's kind of racist. They're calling him the minority leader. I mean, I don't think anybody appointed him the leader of all minorities. I mean, Jesus.
The Republican effort to snatch away health care, snatch away food assistance, and hurt veterans.
That's not what he asked you. He's not asking like, hey, you know, if we talk about Joe Biden's cognitive decline, I'm not going to let you talk about veterans. Like, we can walk and chew gum, something that Joe Biden actually couldn't do towards the end of his term.
You interacted with President Biden during those days, those final days he was president of the United States. Did you sense there was a major deterioration?
Yes, you did.
Well, in the conversations that I was able to have on behalf of the House Democratic Caucus in those final days, we simply expressed our perspective as to what would be best for the party at that given moment in time. President Biden subsequently made the decision that he was going to pass the baton to Vice President Kamala Harris.
Oh, he made the decision, right? Because, you know, the way he explains it, you guys took a giant katana and shoved it in his fucking back, and it came out of his mouth. And then he was immolated in front of God and everybody, set on fire, burned to death, and then Kamala was anointed. I know you guys are saying he passed the torch to Kamala Harris. I think you guys more tied him to a stake and burned him with the torch and then gave it to Kamala. But all right, however we remember it is fine.
Of course, that was a decision that we supported strongly.
Just very quickly, I want to ask you.
I love this. So they're switching to the other woman now. So Hakeem Jeffries is probably like, oh, thank God we're getting away from the was Joe Biden a vegetable when he was serving questions. Oh, she'll ask me about veterans and the homeless.
Congressman Jeffries, you know, you say we're not looking back, we're looking forward. But what happened in the past has to do with what's going to happen in the future and whether voters can trust Democrats.
Wow. You know what? I'll say this, rare W for CNN. They're actually, you know, pushing back.
As you look back, you were in a leadership position when President Biden decided to run again. Should you have done more at that point to intervene?
Good for them, man. They're not letting this slippery little asshole off the hook.
It's a great question in terms of whether voters can trust Democrats or not.
Okay. You hear that? He said it's a great question. Let's all predict right now before I hit play again. Is he going to answer her great question? Everybody tally up a vote right now, either in the chat or in your own mind. He said it's a great question. Is he going to answer it for her?
Every single high-profile special election that has taken place since President Trump was inaugurated, a special election victory in Iowa in January, a special election victory in New York in February, a special election victory in Pennsylvania in March, a special election victory in Wisconsin in the Supreme Court race in April. And
you know what? I always, you know, when I end up losing a presidential election and I lose control of the country for the next 4 years, I always look forward to those local judicial races that I won or those solidly blue district congressional special elections that I won. I'm always very excited for those. You know, I'll take those over the presidency any day.
Yesterday, decisively defeating a Republican incumbent in Omaha in a surprise to many observers, clearly.
You are now bragging about winning a local election in Omaha. That's something people joke about when they're making fun of you.
Voters are trusting Democrats. This year, when they go to the ballot, repeatedly rejecting MAGA extremism.
Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House. Thanks so much.
Well, what did you guys vote? I asked you, do you think he'll answer her really good question? How'd you do? Because if I could give my verdict, and you can then check your bingo cards, I believe he did not answer. any of those good questions he was asked. Oh. I believe that is a big fat no. See, there's Jack Sixes contributing to the show. He says he will take 20 minutes for a non-answer. Well, you know, he took a minute. He took a minute or two for a non-answer. But yes, you're right. See, this Jack Sixes, I love this guy now. I love guys who can admit they were wrong. I love that he can admit he was wrong, come in, just join the show, start commenting, having a good time with us. What a guy. What a guy. $50 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Let's all throw in and knock out the rest of it. I appreciate it. Hey, I have an idea. Everyone gift a membership until Jack Sixes gets one. Because not only did I use Jack Sixes for free content, I did, I'll admit it, but also Jack Sixes admitted he was wrong and that steel toe is king. So I think we should gift memberships. I think Jack Sixes should get one. And he should get one also for the purpose of when you get a membership on Rumble, you don't have to watch ads. And I think that's only fair. I think that's only fair. So Jack Sixes, thank you for being able to admit you were wrong. You are now unironically contributing to the show, commenting on our content, showing you're a fan, and we appreciate that. For that, I want to, because people like Jack Sixes who can admit they were wrong, they should be rewarded. And I want to reward him with a membership. I mean that. Let's keep gifting them. And let's have Jack Six aboard fully. All right, now we got more. We've got more liberal reaction to white South African refugees. This might be my new favorite thing for like a week. Is just watching the hypocrisy of people who preached about how great open borders were for the last 4 years. Now knock the fact that white refugees are coming in here from South Africa who are clearly in danger. This is a TikTok influencer issuing a direct threat to South African refugees on behalf of black people. Remember the liberal line that, like, if Trump gets elected, there's going to be racial disunion, there could be fighting, there could be deaths, there could be all of this stuff. Like, violence could break out. There will be racial separation if Trump is president. Well, I got to say the liberals were right, but only because it was going to be them who were going to cause the racial separation. Guys, you know that this woman's going to be really smart. You know that this is going to be brilliant. I can't wait to hear her take on immigration. You know, a far left liberal woman, black woman, I'm sure she is going to be all for refugee resettlement of people who are living in danger in their countries. Let's listen.
Good morning. This is for the South Africans who are going to be entering the United States.
Welcome. We can't wait to have you. Make yourselves at home, and I hope you feel safe. Let's see how close I got.
This is just a public service announcement.
Make sure that you drive on the proper side of the road. This is so nice. I'm glad that Americans are finally putting aside their petty differences and helping out immigrants. That's huge.
Announcement. I just wanted to make you aware that the black people who were students during apartheid
have decided that we're going to let bygones be bygones and we're all going to be brothers and sisters in this beautiful country of ours.
We're grandmas and grandpas now.
And we've learned from our mistakes, and we're now going to embrace you, forgive and forget, and move ahead as countrymen.
And we have the ear of Gen Z. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
One more thing. I also want to let you know that our president,
he welcomes you with open arms, and we're glad that he could rescue you from the imminent danger that you were in.
A Secret Service, and you will not. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I also want to tell you that black people over here are empowered.
She means violent. I don't know what empowered means. So she's making all these thinly veiled threats at white South Africans, like they're gonna go get them. It's like, lady, you understand these people, like their friends and neighbors and relatives have been home invaded in the middle of the night, dragged out of their homes and killed. I don't think they're afraid of you.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That, by the way, that shit, liberal people do that. I don't know what it is about the way progressive minds work, but I hate that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I hate that shit because it's like this toughness and confidence being projected, but at the same time, you're like, you ain't doing shit.
These are just public service announcements. When you get here, sit your ass down and don't touch nothing.
Like, okay, let's say they're sitting down in a bus. Which part of the bus would you recommend that they sit in per se? Because the vibe I'm getting from you is you're telling them to, hush that fuss, and everybody should move to the back of the bus. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from you.
Because you don't have Secret Service. Okay. Now have the day you deserve.
See, like, this is unhinged shit. Like, this is, you're letting the news make you unhinged. Where you're like, hi, white South African people. You know you don't have the Secret Service. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know black people over here are empowered. Yeah. All right, now have the good day you deserve. It's like, okay, thank you. As the white South Africans walk away under their breath, they just mutter the N-word. They're just blasting Kanye and his new hit. God, that is some psychotic shit, though, really, man. I mean, there's just some of these people, they just get so wrapped up in politics, they don't know how to process any of it, and there's just no reaching them. You know, they're just, they think that this is like a totally okay way to act when it comes to this stuff. Thank you to Wally Word for becoming a monthly supporter over on Rumble. Thank you. Dead Game gifting a membership, and guess who got it? Jack 6 is the biggest Steel Toe fan there is. Dead Game, thank you so much for gifting that membership. And Jack 6's, enjoy being able to watch your favorite program with no commercial interruptions. Isn't that fun? Uh-oh, I missed it. People are saying in the chat that there was a chirp. No. Was there? Did I miss the chirp? No way there's no way I'd miss a chirp. Now I'm pissed. Let's go back to that one. Somebody sent that in as a super chat, I think. Oh, no, it was Redbird. Here we go. By the way, $45 away from today's goal. Go ahead and throw a couple of bucks in. And let's see if we can knock it out and call it another win for the toe. We've got like an hour and 45 minutes. Nothing to worry about. $5 at a time. We got this. Tridio with 230 says, did you miss the chirp? I might have missed the chirp. You know, I'll say this. Sometimes when black people have chirps in their videos, I think they're like a parakeet or a bird or something. So I do sometimes miss it. But Tridio says there's a chirp. Let's go back in. And thank you for the 230. I appreciate the $2.30 you've thrown into this program, letting me know that maybe it's time to go to the dentist at 2:30. All right, let's listen for the chirp.
Good morning. This is for the South Africans who are going to be entering the United States. This is just a public service announcement. I just wanted to make you aware that the black people who were students during apartheid, we're grandmas and grandpas now, and we have the ear of Gen Z. One more thing. I also want to let you know that our president, he has Secret Service. And you will not.
Oh, I heard it. Oh, she had the chirp. You don't get to be that overconfident when you've got the chirp. What the fuck? Like, dude, let's end welfare. Let's end food stamps and all that. Can we just start a program to get 9-volt batteries into the black community? Because I'm really starting to worry that they just don't know what a 9-volt battery looks like. I'm worried that once a 9-volt battery runs out in their smoke detectors, they take it out and they go, what is this wizardly contraption? And they just toss it. I think we need to, I'm willing to let my taxpayer dollars go. Or at the very least, we all make voluntary contributions to a charity to raise money to go to Menards, load up on 9-volt batteries, and hook a brother up. Go back.
I also asked Secret Service, and you will not. Mm-hmm.
There it was. It's a little muffled in the microphone, but you can definitely hear the chirp.
And you will not. Mm-hmm.
I hate that though. People go, It's like, I'm not intimidated by you. Stop with You're not cool. You're not making crazy points. You're not fucking giving it to us. And you're just being an unlikable cunt. Like that's not, like, we're not impressed by that, you know? I hate it. The chirp is prevalent. You guys were right. Disrhythmia says she's almost as obnoxiously smug as Kiki. Is Kiki? I don't think Kiki's smug. West Coast Patriot Girl says she's threatening who after saying they're grandpas and grandmas now? Yeah, don't you know that when you become a grandma and a grandpa, that you just start making thinly veiled threats at people? That's just what you do when you become old and wise. You just start making thinly veiled threats at the safety of new Americans, because apparently threatening migrants is a progressive edict now. Guys, what do you want from me? I can't keep up. $45 away from today's goal and the final goal of the week. Throw in a couple of bucks and let's call it another win for the toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. We appreciate it. When you pay a lot of money for some jewelry, I think you got to make sure that you're not getting ripped off. This is why you should probably have stuff done at a reputable jeweler. When I was in high school and we took a class trip to New York City, we went down to Canal Street and we shopped all the outdoor shops and everything. And there was all the, the Chinese ladies selling you, Rolexes and stuff like that. I bought a designer watch for $40. I think it was a $40 designer watch on Canal Street. And it looked so nice. And there were like diamonds around the circle of the watch there, the face of the watch. And man, it was so sharp. I loved it. And then when I got back home to Minnesota, the first thing I noticed was, damn watch ain't working anymore. All right, well, that's okay, because it's still a nice little arm piece. And then, wouldn't you know it, you're not going to believe this, but the face on the inside and then that diamond area around the face started rusting. Could you believe it? I couldn't believe it myself. I was like, must be a defective that I got there on Canal Street. I looked at the return policy for stupid Minnesota rubes that buy cheap watches on Canal Street, and wouldn't you know, no returns. Oh, I had no idea. Almost as mad as I was when I found out that guy's rap CD was dog shit. But yes, if you're going to get jewelry done, you can't really cut corners. You can't really, have it done at a guy. You got to kind of have it done at a jeweler somewhere nice where they're going to do proper work. And if they don't do proper work, you can bring it in and there's some kind of accountability. Disrhythmia says, Aaron also thought April was a nice arm piece too. Not sure I buy this story. Well, she stopped working and got rusty as well. So it kind of... There's a theme there. West Coast Patriot Girl says, did they bring you the brand emblem from the back room after purchase? No, but they gave it to me in a nice blue box, and there was a certificate with it and everything. It was really great. Dead Game says, you really need that watch. It was a beautiful watch. Men wearing sparkly shit is for ends so the cops can see them. Jesus, Sam Show. Oh, my God. I have a picture. I have down in the crawl space, I have my high school graduation party board, and there is a picture of me wearing this watch. I'll have to bring it out at some point. Somebody, too, says a certificate saying you got fucked. Oh, you got the same certificate? Wow, great to know that we shop at the same stores. It's great. I'm glad I'm not the only one. It really, they really seemed like straight shooters. So this woman in Rhode Island paid $650 to have a custom Trump watch made. And, well, let's just say I don't think she had it done at the most reputable of places because
Trump time.
There's the grouping of letters that make up the name Trump. In the pronunciation of Donald Trump's name, that T in Trump is incredibly important, especially if you're going to say, put it on a piece of jewelry that someone paid $650 for. Let's see what happened to this woman when she decided to have her Trump jewelry made. First of all, never like a politician so much that you'll get them engraved on jewelry.
A mistake on a Donald Trump keepsake might be funny to some.
But it wasn't a laughing matter for the couple who paid more than $600 for the Trump-branded watch. The I-Team's Brian Crandall looked into it and is here with what's happening now.
I don't know if you can tell, but let's big screen it and see if you can. Yep, there it is. They left the T off of Trump, and they now just simply have a rump watch. Which is going to be great for being in hip-hop videos. See the little studs? You see the little studs in there? That's exactly, so make the face of this white. Make the hands like a silverish color. And then make this like silverish with diamond studs around it. And that's what my watch looked like that I bought at Canal Street.
After we got involved, Brian?
Well, Patrice, Jean, one letter was left off that watch face, and it was pretty much the worst one possible to forget. And after being disappointed with the initial response from the website they ordered it from...
You know what you could do is you could just take the P off the end and tell everyone you're an alcoholic. It's your rum watch.
The Middletown couple talked to us.
I liked it because it's similar to a Rolex band.
Uh-oh. There you go. That's how they got me on Canal Street, sister, when I was 17 years old. I like it because it's similar to a Rolex band. Yes, very similar indeed, meaning not exactly the same. If you put an eyedropper of water on that thing, the whole thing's rusting out.
Support for the president and love for his wife.
Just thought it was really nice.
Oh,
it was
no.
beautiful.
Oh, no. They just got a couple of boomers to pay $600, and they made him a piece of shit. We just love Donald Trump so much. Never love anyone that much. Never love anybody that much. That's a good piece of advice. I'm going to pay a stranger that I've never met $600 to make me a watch because I love this person. Don't do that.
And I knew it would be something.
Like you can buy someone you love jewelry, but don't get like a name emblazoned on it because what if it doesn't work out? Like if it doesn't work out and you don't have their name on it, you can still wear the watch.
That she'd like.
A limited edition.
One of 250. So that attracted me.
Oh, God damn it. I love my parents, so I don't want to say that we should just discard and get rid of and put in camps all boomers, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Oh, he said it was one of 225. I had to have it. I mean, 650's a steal for that kind of rarity. And he bought it. Hook, line, and sinker. Fucking, this is Michael Ray Bauer in like 15 years, by the way. And they're just buying. Oh, God. Guys, come on. I watch so many of these stories and I want to feel bad for the people that get scammed. And it's just every time I end up the same way. It's like, how did you not see this coming?
And Tim Pettit shelled out $640 for a watch that may now be even more of a one-of-a-kind than he bargained for.
Get your Trump watch right now. Go to gettrumpwatches.com. It's Trump.
You really think they're going to run an ad for 250 watches? Trump is very popular. If there were 250 watches, they ran that ad. You pick up the phone 10 minutes later, those watches are all gone. Oh, God, he fell for a gimmick.
Trump time.
Pettit bought the watch after hearing an ad like that one on the radio.
With the president's voice hawking the watches, and I was curious, so I went onto the website.
GetTrumpWatches.com. Pettit picked out.
GetTrumpWatches.com. It couldn't have been more obvious if it said, empty your bank account, you dipshitboomer.net.
Out the pink inauguration First Lady model.
Oh, that one was really popular. You see on the website there, it said sold out. Oh, we better get this other one before they get sold out.
It's a pink and it has little fireworks on it.
Melanie
wow,
Pettit likes
crazy.
the style, but it's what this watch does not have that makes it stand out.
I noticed it right away. The T is missing.
It just says rump because that's where your head is stuck.
It says RUMP.
So it should say Trump.
Should say Trump.
Instead,
it says rump.
She has a $640 rump watch.
How could they process?
Hey, congratulations. Now it's a one of one. Now it's a unique watch.
This and go through something without checking their work.
I'm very disappointed. I wanted to be a special thing for her, and we had expected that it would have the integrity of the President of the United States. And
you know what? I'm shocked that the damn thing's still running.
And good follow-through.
The GetTrumpWatches.com site calls its products the official watches of President Trump, but in the small print, it notes that it licenses the Trump name and likeness. The site also states it has nothing to do with any political campaign, that the watches are not designed, manufactured, distributed, or sold by Donald J. Trump.
So basically, they paid the Trump company, they paid the Trump people, whoever runs Donald's empire right now, they paid them a likeness fee. They paid them a naming rights fee so they could call these Trump watches. Has nothing to do with Donald Trump. Not a Donald Trump thing. It's just a bunch of fucking shysters who made dog shit cheap watches, little fossil watches, put Trump's name on them and charged $600. You know what? Fuck it. I'd do it. If you could find boomers like this to go, well, you know, I said it was one of 225, so why wouldn't you try and just get as much money out of these people as you can?
The Trump Organization or any of their respective affiliates or principals.
I think that someone needs to be aware of it in their licensing department.
No. All of us are aware of it. We're all aware of it. We all know that this was a scam. We didn't know we needed to tell you.
That someone's dropped the ball big time.
When the Pettits talked to us earlier today, they were not satisfied with what they thought was a lack of response to the messages from the company.
And an apology would be nice for making my wife cry.
Oh, no. An apology would be... He sounds like a Gomer. You know this guy's going to fall for something else now. You know there's going to be another Trump thing, or there's going to be a Trump box of chocolates, and it's going to be filled with cat shit. And he's going to be like, I can't believe I fell for it again. I wish they'd apologize for sending me cat poop. Somebody should apologize for making my wife cry. You should apologize. You're supposed to be able to see through this shit.
To the messages from the company.
And an apology would be nice for making my wife cry.
Your wife cried because her watch said rump? Why don't you just do what the company does? Go in there and glue a T to it. You'll be fine.
All right, so we also reached out to the company's email and have not heard back. But after we sent...
Because they're not in the business of customer support. They're in the business of bilking retarded boomers out of $600 for a $40 watch. Smart move.
Our messages. Tim Pettit called us back this afternoon to say the company did call him back, telling him they will immediately replace the watch, apologized, and offered an $800 coupon to buy something else, too.
Here's an $800 coupon to buy more shitty Trump-stamped stuff. You dumb rube. Now give us some more money. Kyler with Tooth Hurdy. He says, don't you do it. Don't say it. Well, what am I supposed to do? You gave me 230. You gave me so much 230 that my mouth hurts. I probably have to go to the dentist. Thank you for the 230, my friend. That helps. Sam Show says, which way did the tea go, George? Which way did it go? Chevy fan, that's a good one. He says, at least this man received his merch, unlike a show I know. We've got it all straightened out now. It's all on the way. Thank God. It took a while, but we got away from not Steam. What is it? Spring. And we're gonna be doing more to promote the shop, but I want to make sure, I want to get confirmation from all the VIPs that they get all of their stuff first before I start, before I start going in and promoting more stuff. Like I said, I just want to make sure that our VIPs are taken care of, and then we'll start really going to town on the Streamlabs store, streamlabs.com/, what is it? Streamlabs.com/Steel Toe Morning Show /merch. That's where you go. We got the t-shirt, we got a couple of hoodies, and we've got the mug, and we're going to be sending all of those out. Those are on there. I think they're on their way out to our VIPs. We got about 12 of those that are heading out right now. So we're very excited about that. But if you want to order something, they're a lot better than Spring. It's just streamlabs.com/Steel Toe Morning Show /merch. Easy enough. Let's take a look. And there we go. Merch store. That's what I want to take a look at. Just to make sure. Okay, thank you guys. And for those of you who have ordered, I see that we haven't really promoted it much, but people have already ordered. Do me a favor. Once you get your stuff, let me know, and we'll know that this one's working a lot better than the other one was. Miss Tay with $1 says, has my VIP pack been sent? Yeah, I'm happy to say, yes, it has. Wild card, Miss Tay. I think I've sent 7 of the 11 that I need to send, and I need addresses from 2 more people, and I've got a couple more I'm going to send out today. I'm excited about that. I'm happy to have that done. Chevy fan says VIP packages are digital merch only available in Roblox. Sorry, Miss Tay. It's not accurate. Miss Tay, he's not telling you the truth. $40 away from today's goal. I have an idea. Let's cap off that goal right now and call it another perfect week for the toe. Thank you guys very much. We peaked out at the 600s today on a Thursday. We're high into the 5s now. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting follow. We do appreciate it. Oh, guys, I'm so happy to bring you this next story. Oh, you're going to be so glad. The largest Progress Pride flag in the U.S. will be even larger in 2025 as Philadelphia's LGBTQ plus community and their allies are gathering for the Philadelphia Pride March and Festival. Oh, my God. It's so nice to know that the giant, obnoxious, huge rainbow flag is going to be even bigger this year. So while you have all these glistening G-string wearing men shaking their genitals at a parade that children are encouraged to attend, there will even be a bigger flag flying while they do it, so you know exactly who's trying to corrupt the youth of the nation. And if you criticize it at all, remember, you're a homophobe, a giant fucking homophobe. Sam Show says, get a DNS redirect, bigfatgaymnretard.com to the merch store. People will find it easier. Sam Show then says, why did you say glistening? They tend to oil up. They're showy, the dancing mows on the floats. Look, I didn't make the rules, all right? I just report the news. Just reporting the news. Halada Fagina says, I did receive my Stoney's gift card. I was just curious if your youngest fills out the address because the writing appeared to be from a small child. Yeah, people were getting their stickers and their Stoney's this week. I think Dr. Silverwolf is getting his bobblehead pretty soon. You guys can all, Red Bar got his stuff. I'm sure you can all commiserate and comment about just how dog shit my handwriting is. I'm very excited. I'm sure that'll be the last time that I hear from anyone about my tragic, awful handwriting. All right, let's continue. We got another story here, and then I think pretty soon, goddamn fasting, man. I'm gonna have to pee here pretty soon, and we'll knock out that $40 and call it a win for the toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. This time we have a child who was attacked by a teacher, and I'm just at the point now where I'm glad they're not fucking the children. Like, if I have a story where, 10, 15 years ago, if you would have said a boy was attacked by his teacher at school, I would have been like, oh my God, that's terrible. And now if I hear, oh my God, a child was attacked at his school by his teacher, I was like, well, at least they weren't molested. I mean, you can kind of see, if you're ever wondering, is our culture degrading? You can measure it by how you respond to shit and how you used to respond to shit. I think that's a fair way. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, I can't give you shit. My handwriting is just as bad. Whew, okay. Well, he's getting the Randy Rothstein bobblehead. Somebody asked me if this one was available for a donation, and I can't do it. It's a bobblehead that someone made for me after we did the Randy Rothstein bit, because to explain the Randy Rothstein bit, the local newspaper did not include the #1 morning show in the area in the favorite radio broadcaster bobblehead March Madness bracket. And we got pissed about that because the media all fucking hated us in Minnesota. We were the devil because we always made fun of them. And it's why Fox 9 still has a boner for me, because we went after, what's his name? Jason Matheson. And they sent us a cease and desist years ago. Well, somebody made me my own bobblehead to kind of soothe my ego. But what we did was we hijacked their bobblehead thing, and we made the 16th seed guy the winner of the tournament. So they had 16 radio personalities, and the 16th seed was a part-time high school baseball play-by-play announcer for an AM farm station in Albany, Minnesota. And we're like, Steel Toe fans, go in there and vote like crazy for that guy. And it was Randy Rothstein. And we crushed everybody. It was like every round, it was 90-10 for Randy Rothstein. It was so great. But then somebody made me a bobblehead. See, look at and it says the real winner on the bottom. That's so cute. And I showed that on the show not too long ago, and someone said, Aaron, what kind of donation can we give to get that one? Nothing. I will not part with that one. Nicole, thank you so much for becoming a monthly supporter. Nicole became a member. Thank you very much. Now you're commercial free over on Rumble. $35 away from today's goal. Approachable says, I still say we should have pulled a heel turn on Randy Rothstein and pushed Abby to win. That would have been funny. I would have liked that. All right, let's get to this story. A substitute teacher has been arrested for child abuse in St. Cloud, Florida. Let's take a look-see.
Former Osceola County substitute teacher is in jail for now, arrested on child abuse.
You know what? I'm going to make a prediction right now. This just looks like an old school black dude. I bet you he was like, oh, hey, kids today, they need their asses whooped. And that, like, I don't think he like beat the shit out of a kid. I bet you it was probably like some kind of corporal punishment school thing. And he's like, this is the way we used to do it back in my day. And it was just kind of a general misunderstanding, like a generational misunderstanding. Watch, I haven't watched the story yet. And he's like beating the shit out of kids with like extension cords.
Abuse charges.
71-year-old Casmore Shaw was a long-term sub at Neptune Elementary. West 2's Spencer Tracy spoke with the boy's mom, who feels the teacher violated her trust.
At some point, I don't know if I want to cry, I want to scream, I want to be mad.
Traumatizing and violating is the only way Ketsi Rivera can.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what I'm looking at. Is that like his armpit and he's got a scratch? I mean, look, I'm not saying the kid wasn't abused by his substitute teacher, but what I'm saying is that doesn't look like he, had the living dog shit beat out of him or anything.
And describe it. She says her trust was broken when her 8-year-old son came home from school with scratches, a bruise on his neck, and shoulders.
That kind of looks like a cat got him, in a way.
At this point, I give my child to a teacher to protect, not to abuse my child.
Casmore Shaw. Police say that teacher is 71-year-old Casmore Shaw.
Yeah, it's a 71-year-old Floridian black dude. His idea of what's abuse and your idea of what's abuse, 20-something-year-old Latino woman from Florida, it's two different things, really. I mean, he's like, what, I just body slammed a kid one time. What's the big deal everybody's worried about? They used to do this to us all the time, and that was the police.
Shaw. He was a long-term substitute at Neptune Elementary. Police say he's accused of picking up a...
He may have been teaching at Neptune, but he threatened to send that kid to the moon. Neptune, the moon, Ralph Cramden, the honeymooners. This is not a fisting thing. This is to the moon, Alice. Because Neptune is a planet, you see, and the moon is a planet. You kids are gonna love it.
Student and throwing him into a wall.
Ooh.
Rivera says it's her son.
This is out of hand. This is not just a scratch. It's like, he was being very aggressive with my son.
Shaw is no longer in
Shaw said, quote, the kid doesn't know how to work.
the classroom. Instead, he appeared for the first time in front of a judge.
Your bond amount will be set at $2,500.
The boy told...
What? $2,500. I got $75K. I sent a text to my buddy. This guy beat the shit out of a kid. Oh, I got to start doing all my texting from a Florida ISP.
Told investigators he had accidentally knocked over a box of crayons in Shaw's class. Police say Shaw then grabbed the collar area of his shirt and physically lifted him from his chair. His mom shows us the exact shirt he was wearing.
When he came home, I noticed it was ripped. And then
your kid's a skinny bitch. Obviously takes after his dad.
And I noticed this tiny hole right there from him grabbing.
Bro, I got a hole that size in all my shirts from when my old dryer was going out. What are you doing?
My son with the shirt.
Rivera says she didn't want to press charges because her son has behavioral issues, but changed.
She doesn't want to press charges because her son has behavioral issues. So the kid was misbehaving. There was some shit going down, and the substitute teacher grabbed him a little too rough. Okay, now it's all starting to come into focus here. When it's always great when you get two sides to the story, because then you have enough intuition to put together what happened.
Changed her mind when she saw the injuries.
It don't matter what, symptoms he has or nothing, he's still a child.
The school district says Shaw is no longer employed there. Covering Osceola County in Kissimmee, Spencer Tracy, West 2 News.
At the risk of sounding insensitive, I don't think this is that bad. I think this story's being massively overblown by a really sensitive mom. Because like I was saying before, honestly, the kid has behavioral issues, so he did more than just he probably dumped a box of crayons on the floor like an asshole. He'd probably been disciplined a couple times already that day. So this 71-year-old man grabs him up, doesn't know how strong he is anymore, yanks him out of the chair, and it makes like a pinch bruise right here. Now, should he do that? No, he shouldn't do that. But should he also be wearing a fucking jumpsuit? No. The school can be like, you can't be putting your hands on the kids. We got to cut you loose. I'm sorry. This is goodbye. But he doesn't need to be standing there in front of a judge and, $2,500 bond. Give me tips with $5. Says that bobblehead looks nothing like you. It should be fatter. You should sell it on the show. New boot goofing. Redbird with $1 says, can you explain the difference between the gay parade and wrestling? They both wear similar amounts of clothing and are covered in baby oil, but the wrestlers make more skin-on-skin contact. You're asking me to explain the difference? Insertion. That would be the difference. Penis in butthole. That's the difference. Thank you very much for those contributions. $30 away from another perfect week for the toe. $30 left to go. What a nice and easy one this one's been. Finish it up for us. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Appreciate it. We nothing via PayPal or Venmo today. I'd kind of like to keep it that way. If we could do this whole thing, Rumble and YouTube, that'd be kind of fun, right? Be a fun way to do it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. $30 away from today. I did get a good local story from Alpha News sent to me. Let me just jump in real quick and grab this link out of my email. There we go. This is a Minneapolis dad to the school board saying that a teacher lent his son their iPad. You know what? What came up on the iPad, we'll talk about in just a second. I'm going to pee real quick. I'm going to leave you on a cliffhanger. Let's just say this guy has a child. That child was given the teacher's iPad, and what came up on the teacher's iPad caused this dude to share with the school board. We'll get to that story in just a second. Just give me a minute or two, and we'll be back here on the toe. All right, let's get down to it. So we got this this Minnesota dad has a child. The child gets a hold of the teacher's eye. The teacher gives the child the iPad, and the child pulls up what the teacher was looking at, and it was enough to cause the dad to go apeshit. I probably shouldn't use apeshit in this sense, but he went apeshit and went to the school board and decided to give them a piece of their mind. I'll tell you this much. If this teacher isn't fucking shit-canned like yesterday, then everything they say about conspiracies and who the schools protects and what agenda is being pushed towards our children is 100% believable.
Las Estrellas Elementary. Miss Director, I had emailed you. I had emailed the principal, the assistant principal, and the school social worker. My son, 2 weeks ago, was exposed to a group of, let's say, gay men having sex on the iPad. And how my son came about it was he forgot his laptop at home, and your teacher lent my son his personal iPad. Well, when my son was doing a project with some of the other kids in the classroom, all of a sudden they closed out a tab. There was a bunch of naked men sitting right there in front of my son.
Oh boy. You know, if people, like, if enough people start living up to a stereotype, does it really become a stereotype anymore? Like the idea that gay men are just fucking insatiable and can't stop for 5 fucking seconds and be appropriate for just a little fucking bit. There just has to be fucking dicks and balls and jizz everywhere. Don't. But like, it's just like when it's everywhere you look, when it's every time there's an issue, it's like, okay, I'm not stereotyping anymore. I'm just making a call that's going to end up being right.
And then all the other kids that had seen this, hey, they were shocked.
Hey.
But what's crazy is that I haven't heard nothing since. I didn't get a response from our superintendent. I had a meeting with your guys' assistant superintendent, your guys' assistant principal, but nobody had the decency to make my son important enough to show up to that meeting in the morning to tell me why he was able to be exposed to this type of material.
Because the school hired a fucking degenerate under the guise of being DEI and under the guise of being accepting, even though there could be an argument made that perhaps there's a large enough problem in that particular community to maybe keep even the innocent ones away from small children. But we'd rather not make politically incorrect arguments so we can appear virtuous. We don't want to be uncomfortable or get called a bad name.
Now, I've heard about the situation that happened at your guys' high school, at North High School, with the teacher that was involved with sexually explicit material as well.
So this is
to me, I don't care what team you bat for, but you guys got to quit putting all this stuff in front of these kids.
So he's saying, I don't care which team you bat for. What he's saying is, like, your gay teachers keep showing cocks to students and it's fucking gross, and cut it out. So apparently, just last week, another Minneapolis public school had an issue with this very similar thing. God. And you know what? I'm sorry, but it happens enough. I got to wonder, is it really an accident?
Sexual material, regardless if it's a flag or if it's them actually seeing the content on an electronic device that is in school. Now, I came to you guys last time arguing about security factors with the students about how they were roaming around. Now, dude, you guys literally I was told that you guys weren't gonna inform the other parents in this classroom. Like, you guys will tell us if a student gets lice, if a student gets COVID, if he gets the flu, but you guys will not tell all the parents in the classroom that their kids were exposed to sexual explicit material.
Isn't that scary as shit? Dude, worse than that, brother. If your kid tells a teacher that they think they might be trans or they might identify as a girl or whatever, the teacher can start manipulating them into that lifestyle and you would never fucking know. In fact, that teacher might even know, make sure you dress like a boy at home, make sure you do what your parents tell you to do. Then when you come here, I'll help you. It's manipulative grooming behavior, and We're afraid to call it out because we don't want to get called a name. But how many times does it have to happen? And how many children need to be hurt psychologically or even physically before we start deciding maybe this is worth, digging our heels in, getting called a bad name and pushing back against some of this shit? But the people who do it smile and they go, what is your problem with inclusivity? I'm not the fucking problem. I'm the one saying, hey, teacher, leave them kids alone. And you're the one going, look at all the cocks on my iPad. And you're the one, oh, fuck. You're the ones going, oh, keep this our little secret, what you want to do with your gender. Don't tell your mommy and your daddy. They won't understand people like you and me. Like, it's fucking creepy. If it was happening in the Catholic Church, these same school people would want it called out, pulled out root and stem, but we can't because the people who do it now are flamboyant and they smile a lot. And what's wrong with being free and liberated? Leave your fucking hands and your bullshit manifesto and your dog shit propaganda away from my fucking children. That's what. It ain't about hate. It ain't about being anti anything. It's about be who you want to be, do what you want to do. You cross the fucking line, you try to put bullshit in my kid's head, you should be hearing from every fucking parent.
And I think that's weird. It's weird. Because how can you send out a text message about all these other things, but you can't tell parents that their kids were exposed to this? Now, my son,
honestly, do you know what the progressives on this Minneapolis school board will probably think in their head? Shut up, stupid black guy. You don't know what you're talking about. We don't have to listen to these people. But then when they talk to you in person, they'll go, oh, we understand. We get it. We've
of 6 kids.
Please finish your comment.
My son, one of 6.
My comment is your teachers are fucking perverts and you're not doing a fucking thing to protect children.
6 kids was the
because some of you are probably the same level of perversion.
Only one to speak up about this and the only one to make it known. So now I ask y'all, what are y'all planning to do about this? How are y'all going to protect these children and hide this material from them? Because it's everywhere in this world right now, especially here.
I'm going to tell you this. You could probably cut down on the number if you fired every LGBTQ teacher. I'm not saying that they're all doing it. That's not my point. My point is the sad truth of it is, statistically, that number would go down. Now, is that right? Is that okay? No, it's profiling, of course. But I'm saying you would see a marked decrease in these incidents happening. They'd still happen. There's still enough heterosexual teachers out there that it would still happen. But when you start allowing teachers to start talking to kids privately and telling them they don't have to tell their parents, you invite weird, fucked up shit from weird, fucked up people.
You guys got to protect these kids. And if y'all, as parents, students, and everything.
Thank you for your time, sir.
If you guys want to see a difference, start looking at their paychecks. Y'all want change? Look at their paychecks. That's how you guys.
Thank you for your comment. Treasure Thorson.
Good for him, man. Good for that guy. And by the way, in one ear, out the other, I guarantee. In one ear, out the other for that school board, I don't think anything's going to happen. And how about the fact that Alpha News, here's the guy on Twitter. I wonder if I can DM this guy. We can get him on the show. You know what? Well, I'm going to work on that. Maybe tomorrow during Rumble Link Friday, we can talk to this dude. That'd be kind of interesting. Thank you very much to Zen Man Builds for gifting a membership. Potato Head Case is the one who got the membership from Zen Man Builds. Thank you very much, buddy. $25 away from finishing off all of our goals for the week here on Steel Toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Keep it going. If you want to pass along that membership, we ain't going to discourage you from doing so. Go ahead. $25 away. Easy peasy. Japanesey. Let's finish it off and call it a win for the toe. Mr. Approachable has a clip, says, I can see this sound drop getting overused on this program. Oh, boy. Shut up, stupid black guy. You don't know what you're talking about. We don't have to listen to these people. No, that's not. No, that's not. No, that is not what I was saying. But I was doing an impression of the people on the school board. Shut up, stupid black guy. You don't know what you're talking about. We don't have to listen to these people. That's not what I was saying. You know that's not what I was saying. All of you were watching this show just a moment ago. You saw that whole segment. MGD writing in the YouTube chat, based. But I didn't say that's not. You guys, Rumble chat, back me up. That didn't happen. Shut up, stupid black guy. You don't know what you're talking about. We don't have to listen to these people. Beloved Chatter says Tim Walz is to blame for this somehow. I don't blame Tim Walz for this. This is something that's been cooking for a long time. There is no one person. There is no head of the snake. It's a conglomerate. This has been a movement for a long, long time. A long, long time. You guys all heard that segment. You know that this is taken out of context. Shut up, stupid black guy. You don't know what you're talking about. We don't have to listen to these people. You guys, you are aware that that was not what I said. Fuck you, dude, with $10 says your hairline looks like the stock market line graph from 1929 to 1939. Thank you. $15 away from another perfect week for the toe. Thank you. Fuck you, dude. Let's see what the audience says. Damn, Aaron, you racist. But that's not that. You know that you were just watching. You know that I was doing an impression of the school board. Marble Arms writes exactly how I remember it. But it's not, though. Sam Show says, I'm offended for the blacks because you said such horrible things. You're a bad person. You used the K word. What the fuck? I mean, at least you guys did pretty much cut the goal in half doing that, and I appreciate that. And we're only $15 away, and it's going to be another win for the toe. But I'm going to play it one more time so you guys know that this was clearly taken out of context. Shut up, stupid black guy. You don't know what you're talking about. We don't have to listen to these people. Shut up, stupid black guy. You don't know what you're talking about. We don't have to listen to these people. MGD says, good luck getting him on. Oh, we'll get him on. We'll get him. MGD says it was pitch and tone perfect, almost rehearsed. But it wasn't though. It wasn't rehearsed. I just hit like, by the way. I did hit like on my own video. Come on, you got to hit like on your own shit. Have I hit liked on Rumble? Oh yeah, I hit like on Rumble right away in the morning. Everybody else hit like. If I'm liking my shit, you got to like our shit. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, likes, comments, subscribes, shares, and the whole deal. Sam Show says, Aaron, didn't your parents ever tell you not to talk about... See, you just used the N-word. Didn't they tell you not to talk to at all? See, that's more racist than anything that I said, though. Like, I'm a victim. I don't have a problem. Somebody did this to me. Ryan the Garbage Man says, I got to admit, I'm surprised at you and disappointed. Yankee says, sounds legit to me. Miss Tay says, out of context? I think not. I thought we were all on the same side. You know, I thought we were all pedaling in the same direction. All right, before we do anything else today, remember that we do have our YouTube and Rumble members only show. The members only show is going to be coming up right away, right after this show. So I'm going to do this show, and then I'm going to switch it over to Rumble Studio. I'm going to start broadcasting from there. We'll do a half hour to an hour, depending on how the participation is. And then we'll do ourselves a fun little members only show. And also either tomorrow, probably not today. Tomorrow we're going to dig up some shows from the archives. We're going to dig up our old Steel Toe Uncensored podcast we used to do while we were on the radio with different guests and comics and stuff. And we're going to play a little marathon of that as well. on YouTube and Rumble. Have you guys seen the video of the bar in Thailand? And by the way, this is something creepy about Thailand. Check this out. You see, it's all like the Thailand, you know, the bartenders here, they're all women, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Every motherfucker in this bar is some white dude. What's going on? What's the deal with Thailand? And don't give me the answer that I'm worried is the correct answer, because that's fucking creepy. But this is a Thailand bar. I would imagine that there would be some Thailand people. Like, I think over here, this is even a white girl. But like white dude, white dude, white dude, white dude, white dude, white dude. Like, there's not, the male to female ratio is not good. And it's all guys who clearly did not come from Thailand. The fuck. So this bar in Thailand is cranking Kanye's new song, and apparently the bartenders love it. I want you guys to tell me, I want you to tell me how well you would tip these bartenders. Let's take a watch. See, like, this guy's fucking creepy. This is weird. This is the Kanye song is the least weird thing in this. Why is there, that looks like Vaseline right there. Why? Oh no, it looks like vitamins or Centrum. I just want to assume that all of these girls are of age. I don't want to. Look at them. These girls are sieg-heiling to the Kanye song. What the fuck? 20% just became 30% really, really quick. Stop. Ah, they're singing it too. The little tiny Asian ladies are doing the Sieg Heil and they're singing the Kanye song. What the fuck? This one so doesn't want to do it, but everyone's like, come on, fucker, come on, do the thing, do the thing. There's something about a girl with her tits out, sieg-heiling and shouting Heil Hitler that makes you go, I should run. I mean, I clearly should run. Like, this is a red flag. It's actually a red flag with a white circle and a black swastika. And they're so happy while they're doing it too, and they've created a dance now. Now that's like the official dance of that song is you're bouncing around left to right, and then you hit the chest and you throw up the. I don't. Do you think that they're all for a two-state solution? I'm just wondering. Eric with $1 says Aaron should get Rocco Baldelli on so we can yell at him about the state of the Minnesota Twins. Well, I don't know. The Twins are doing better than they have been. They've been putting together a few wins lately. Rebecca with $5 says, when you get kicked out of Rumble, why can't I find the live stream again? It's weird. Oh. Well, if that's the case, that would explain a lot about today's show. Tell you that much. Thank you very much for that. $10 away from today. Cheetos writes, sounds legit to me. I just don't want you guys doing this at the anniversary show, all right? And I mean that. Carlos Cameo with $1 says, so is this Thailand or a sneak peek at the 11th anniversary show? It's not, though. It's not. Oh, God. Some people are saying lady boys. Another person saying that those weren't vitamins, they were roofies on the side of the bar. Oh, God, there's probably so much anything goes shit in that country. No thanks. I'm not saying everybody who goes to Thailand is doing creepy shit, but, like, I got no reason to go. I'm fine. No thanks. Let's go to Crowder Wears Panties. Says Jake Shields says he was over there for a reality show, but we all know why he was there. Sam Show says those are unironically guys. Oh, those were dudes? See, too many minefields and pitfalls and shit. I can go a million other places in the world. No, thank you. Hulkamasha Baby says either ladyboys or 24-year-olds that look 16. Not my thing, but you asked. No, Approachable. I am not rocking a boner after that story. I don't know. People are saying, oh, you couldn't see if they had a dick or not. It's like, I'm sorry. I can only tell by the core. Sam Show says, you're so bad at recognizing troons that you didn't even notice a whole fucking crowd of them. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to stay away from that place, if that's all right with you guys. $10 away from today's goal. Everybody do it a buck or two at a time. And let's call it another win for the toe. The final win for the toe. And another perfect week here at the Toe Made of Steel. We appreciate it, guys. All right, let's open up this last set of stories for today. We got a Chad. Ooh, I love Chad Buzemont clips. Buzemont clips are fun. They got Jerry Seinfeld getting confronted by anti-Israelis, and he laughs at him. That's the fun thing about, like, Jerry Seinfeld's got that aura about him where you can't really do anything to him. Where, like, with Jerry Seinfeld, they always go up to him and they're like, oh, yeah, we got you now. Are you going to say that you love Palestine? He's like, ha, fuck you. And they're like, oh, you just said fuck you to Palestine? He's like, yeah, I guess. Like, oh, you're going to hear about this. And Jerry's like, probably not, but good luck. Like, Jerry is so beyond giving a fuck about all of this stuff. It's kind of, it's always fun to watch. So what do we have here? We have a Kevin Brennan clip. And this is from Chad Buzemont. Buzemont told me to check out his KB clip. So, yeah, look at this. Like, yesterday, Melton's at like 300. Kevin's at 500. We barely got up into the 600s today. Like, what is going on with the YouTube numbers and the Rumble numbers and all that shit? Well, apparently this Ray DeVito, this is to point out how gay all this shit is. We are above this. Ray DeVito had a show at like a place called the Hog Shack. He had a stand-up comedy show. And what happens with these guys now is they have a show somewhere, and then people from other shows try to get those shows canceled. That's like the game. That's like the gimmick. Like, nobody cared about Melton's Petorama, so nobody really bothered or fucking cared. And plus, they embarrassed the shit out of themselves and got super gay. So nobody bothered with that. But like Melton's people, Chad's people, Kevin's people, all these people, they call and try to get these shows canceled. So I guess Kevin called the Hog Shack, and he wanted to try and, find out about Ray DeVito's show. Like, guys, let me just give you my full opinion on this so we don't have to wonder what Aaron thinks. If some guy like a Ray DeVito has a show, that's got to be hard to book. Like, it's got to be hard to say, hi, I'm Ray DeVito. Do you need me? Like, the amount of times you get yes to that question cannot be very often. So leave Ray DeVito alone if he has a show. Leave Chad Zumock alone if he has a show. Let these guys perform stand-up. First of all, it's gay and it makes you look like a pathetic bitch. It's kind of an own of you if you would call a place and try to get something shut down because it shows you're jealous. It shows that you're needy of that person's attention, and it shows they kind of own you if you get that bad. And if that offends you, I'm sorry. You should probably take a look at yourself and the content you're consuming. I'm just giving you the straight dish, man. That's all. But then also, like, what do you win? Like, what happens to you if Ray DeVito doesn't get to do a show? I've got bad news for you. You're still a pathetic bitch. So Kevin calls up this hog shack to find out what's going on. Like, I don't get what the point of it. I don't get where this is entertaining.
The hog shack's out of business?
Also, poor boomer Kevin. Kevin, if you put your phone on speaker, you don't need to put it right here. When you have your phone on speaker and you talk into the speaker like this, all the person's going to hear is this fucking voice in their ear making their head explode. Sorry if you're wearing headphones. But it's not going to be pleasant. See, the cool thing about having a speaker on your phone is you can turn it on and you can put it over there and you can still talk on the phone. That's if you're going to put the speaker on and do this, you might as well just do this. It's the same. There's no Jesus Christ.
The person you are trying to reach is
Hog Shack, pick up.
That's not how phones work.
Hog Shack?
Hog Shack, Sadie speaking.
Yeah, Hog Shack. I got tickets.
Could you imagine if you're working at a place called the Hog Shack, probably some barbecue joint in some rundown part of town. You're like, hello, I'm on my, the double waitress shift that I'm working. Hello, Hog Shack. Hi, Hog Shack. How are you doing today? Like, imagine, like, this is what I mean by leave these fucking people alone. Because you're not sticking it to Ray. He's out, what, $200 for a gig that he was going to pay $10 in gas to get to and spend $30 on drinks and $25 on a sandwich. So you're not doing, all you're doing is bothering this lady. And when you call to fuck up anybody else's gigs, like, I don't care. Like, everybody hates, like, Patrick Melton. Everybody thinks he's creepy and weird and whatever. You still shouldn't call and try to get his shit canceled because now you're just as ugh and gross as everybody else. And again, all you're doing is bothering some nice lady who's just trying to do her job. Hi, Hog Shack. She's probably got 4 tables right now. She's trying to refill a soda. Hi, Hog Shack. She's carrying 2 sodas. She's got the phone in her ear like this. Hi, Hog Shack. I was wondering if you knew anything about Ray DeVito. Like, fuck off. And just hang up.
Hog Shack, Sadie speaking.
Yeah, Hog Shack. I got tickets to see Ray DeVito this Friday, and he can't.
It's exactly what I said it was going to be. It's literally a nice lady answers and says, hi, I want to talk about Ray DeVito and autism for a second.
This Friday, and he canceled, and I am pissed. I'll never go to the Hog Shack ever again. Shame on you for booking Ray DeVito and having him cancel.
Any of you who are wondering why Steel Toe now does more than people like this, it's because we consistently put on a morning show every day. And we do it early in the morning when there's less people available, and we're still in the 7s and 8s almost every day, 600s today. And Melton yesterday at like 3-something, leading people to believe, by the way, that he buys live viewers. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. But like, who wants to listen to this shit? Like, listen to what you hear right now. And those of you who are like, I wish Aaron did more drama shit. Do you really? Like, do you want me to end up like this? Like, this is not something I want to end up looking like. We're knocking out all our goals. We're entertaining the fans we have. Our subs are going up. Our views are going up. I'm happy with that. I don't want to yell at some waitress on the phone because I don't want to do show prep. And by the way, I like Kevin. I do. I like Kevin. I think this is retarded. You can like someone and go, the thing they're doing is fucking gay. That's it. That's wow. There. And look at the retards who watch that show. Oh, sorry, Keanu. Look at the retards who watch that show. Here, Domo Agro, who's probably a Steel Toe hater because his photo is my mugshot. I'll still give him credit because he writes, way to ruin that woman's day. That's all you did. That's all you did is bothered some fucking yokel who's trying to make a little extra money waiting tables. That's it. I would shit on Michaela, seeing Michaela in their chat, but Michaela gave us $25 and sent me a nice email this week. Plus, apparently she conceal carries, and she's already threatened to shoot someone in the last 7 days. So there, but for the grace of God, go I suppose. I just, Dead Game says, fucking Brennan, haha. Brian says, imagine being 65 and acting like that. Well, I mean, imagine having a show and giving a fuck if Ray DeVito has a gig or not. Jesus Christ. I think the biggest lie being told is that anyone had Ray DeVito tickets. Jailbreak Chat says, Chad called and fucked up Ray's gig. Did he really? Come on. Dive Bar says, Aaron, you just don't understand. It's comedy. Yeah, I guess I don't get it. You saw the bit Vito and I put together. I'm the funniest goddamn person this side of anything. Sam Show says, because all this Dabbleverse shit is just boomers yelling at each other. It's retarded. It is weird. I feel like when I'm above the Dabbleverse looking down and judging them, I do sometimes feel like Jane Goodall talking to chimps. Because they're convinced of their own superiority, and you're like, no, you don't understand. You're the cow. You're the lol cow. You're retarded. And I no, I watch you every day, and I track you every second, and you're the... I'm like, yes, right, exactly. That's my point. And, like, you still cannot convince them. They just don't see it. They don't have the ability to. Oh, my goodness gracious. So, yeah, don't call to fuck up people's gigs. And don't bother waitresses while they're at work. At least put in a to-go order, you know? $10 away from knocking it out today. We've only got $10 left, and then it's a perfect week for the toe. It's 2 gifted memberships on Rumble. I'd like to see them come in that way. I don't mean to be picky, but I would like to see it be, let's see, who's still unshadowed, as it were, for memberships. You know what? We got our membership numbers are pretty high right now on both Rumble and YouTube. Oh, the Syndicate still needs one, so we can get one for the Syndicate. Let's pass one to him. And otherwise, man, you guys are membershiped up. Holy shit. We're probably going to be knocking down goals pretty soon because a lot of you have had to have renewed, which is great. But yeah, let's get one for the Syndicate and then one more to make it a perfect week for the toe. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. And if you don't have a membership, speak up. We'll usually get you one. Let's see. Sam Show says, you got KB and Zumach. Meanwhile, Patrick Tomlinson keeps getting arrested and screaming at cops. I don't know about I don't know anything about Patrick Tomlinson. People reference him. And they're like, oh, this guy's fucking nuts. It's crazy to follow this guy. I've never seen him before. I don't know anything about Patrick Tomlinson. Am I a douche? Am I an idiot for not knowing Patrick Tomlinson? Now I feel like I'm the boomer. Because I don't know Patrick Tomlinson. Sanford's son gifting a membership. Did the Syndicate get it? Nope. Thermodyne Diesel got Sanford's son's gifted membership. Thermodyne, pass that one along. Oops, that puts us $5 away from today. Thermodyne, you pass that one along. Maybe it goes to the Syndicate, and then we get the final goal of the week knocked out, and everybody's got a membership, which would be really, really awesome. Miss Tay says yes and yes. Okay, so I am a gay boomer. All right. I'm glad that we got that all cleared up. Sanford Son says, sorry, Syndicate. Yeah, we were trying to get Syndicate that one, but Thermodyne Diesel deserves it too. Sanford Son now at 135 for the week. Miss Tay got all of, Miss Tay with a gifted membership. So we got the win. That's over. Silver Wolf gifting a membership. So now we're over for next week. Who got Syndicate? Got the one from Miss Tay. The Syndicate got it. I'm happy. Miss Tay got all of Crunchy's money contributed to her. So Miss Tay is in first at 265. Sanford Sun in second with 135. Redbird with 117. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He's at 119 now. And Gray Duckling at 98. So there we go. There's still room for an under 100 in the top 4. That's how you know that it got spread around pretty good this week. Thank you, guys. Very, very much. Silver Wolf's membership went to Copperhead. There we go. All right, so the goal has been knocked out. Give me a little bad news, Barrett.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
And, of course, another win for the toe. That also means that the week is perfect.
Why do they come to me to die? Why do they come to me to die?
If you hate Steel Toe, sorry. We beat you last weekend. We beat you this week, but you're used to it by now. Thank you. Wildcard gifting a membership over on the YouTube end of things. That's great that you're gifting those YouTube memberships because we have the members only show today. And with, Leah says Miss Tay got all of Crunchy's and mine. Wait a minute. Did I give her yours yesterday or did I not add that? Check my math on that. I might have fucked up, Leah. I might have fucked up because Crunchy was at like 150 and Miss Tay was at about 65. 150. That would be 225. And then Miss Tay's added more since then. I don't think. Oh, she said, yes, you did. All right. Fair enough. All right. Well, you guys are over for next week. I appreciate all of your contributions. Let's get back into our stuff here, shall we? Members only show coming up right after this one. I'm going to log out, stop streaming. I'm going to switch over to Rumble Studio. I'm going to set up all the members only stuff, and then we're going to do it over there for a half hour, 45 minutes, maybe an hour, who knows. Then for me today, it's the gym. It's grocery shopping. It's laundry. And then it's I'm going to be on with Lil Mir. And we're going to talk some football. Because the schedules just came out. They wanted to talk football, and I'm pretty excited. And those guys are always a good time, no doubt. Jerry Seinfeld got confronted by pro-Palestinian activists. Now, look, one thing you don't want to do if you're like an activist or you take yourself seriously or you're trying to make any kind of social point, stay away from Jerry Seinfeld. Jerry Seinfeld is a buzzsaw of don't give a fuck. If you can think of any way you can gaslight someone or shame someone into answering a question that you want answered a certain way, Jerry Seinfeld will take a wrecking ball to that entire approach. Let's go ahead and check this out. Again, this is Seinfeld talking to pro-Palestinian activists who are mad at him because he's Jewish.
Jerry, can you sign one, please?
You, Jerry Seinfeld, free Palestine! You support the genocide of babies in Gaza!
You see what I mean? So they're yelling, you support genocide, because that's supposed to make you mad. Oh, I don't support the genocide of But if you yell to Jerry Seinfeld, you get what you deserve. And they go, you support the genocide of babies. And he's like, I don't know about that, but the way you put it is so funny to me.
Only you.
Only you. See, you support the genocide of babies. And Seinfeld's like, nah, just you. The genocide of you.
Only you. Free Palestine. You, Jerry Seinfeld. You support the genocide of Palestinian children. You rabid dog. Free Palestine.
I love how Jerry Seinfeld's handler is like, Jerry, just get in the car. He's like, I'm not done laughing at this bitch.
Free Palestine.
We heard you already. Wait, did that kid who was getting into the car, did he just blow a kiss to that lady? Go back.
Free Palestine.
Yeah, he did. Oh, go back just a little. I got to see if I can. Look at him. He's blowing a kiss to the lady. Oh, so much affection. Jerry's giving her a big smile and a laugh. I mean, yeah, he wished death on her, but, you know, she's getting a little out of pocket herself. And he's blowing her a kiss. How nice. It's like if Justin Bieber and Tom Brady had a kid.
I know. But children in Gaza.
No, they cut her off. They were like, all right, enough of this, bitch. You know, I have to say this. I think all that shouting and screaming at Jerry Seinfeld definitely changed everybody's minds. I think it worked very, very well. I think it worked out great. Roots Calhoun says, you can't make me sympathize with the Jew, Aaron. All right, let me do one more of my favorite Jerry Seinfeld moments. Maybe I can make you sympathize with the Jew. Possible? Let's see. How about the Jerry Seinfeld Kesha moment? That's one of my favorites. Where Jerry Seinfeld was giving an interview and like Kesha thought she could just come up to him and be like, can I have a hug? And he's like, get the fuck away from me. No.
Charger, like anytime you want to charge up your phone, you just plug it in. Because it's hard to just sleep when you're tired. Because people are tired most of the time.
I love you so much.
Oh, thanks.
Can I give you a hug?
No, thanks.
Please?
No, thanks.
A little one.
Yeah, no, thanks.
I've always hated her. I've always really disliked her. So watching Jerry Seinfeld basically goes, no, there's nothing you can. I love Jerry because he's unbribable. He's not a super horn dog who, you know, just goes for pussy all the time. So like some blonde chick comes up to him and goes, oh my God, I'm such a big fan of yours. Can I give you a hug? He's like, no, leave. Come on, just a little one. Get out of here. Then she scooches closer to him with her tits. And he's like, I'm not kidding. Get the fuck away from me, you pig. And they have to, I love that. Or like they're like, free Palestine. And Jerry doesn't think, oh no, how's this going to look PR-wise? He's like, ha ha, I hope you die. And then there's Leno over next to him.
Nice moment. I don't know who that was.
Yeah, it was Kesha.
Okay. Well, I wish you the best.
I wish you.
Wake up like P. Diddy, bottle of Jack, that whole thing.
Okay. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Anyway, see you guys later. Big gulps, huh? All right. Well, see you later. I love, like, you can't get me. I know Roots is saying you can't get me to sympathize with the Jew. You can't get me to not like Jerry Seinfeld just because he's Jewish. Crowder Wears Panties says, you know Kesha fucks like an absolute hog. Root says that was mighty Jewish of him. Oh, see, now I didn't see it that way. Do we have the oh yeah, that's right. Then Cardi getting revenge for Kesha. Okay, then they gave him an interview after that to ask him about the Kesha thing.
Everyone's talking about it. The hug. The non-hug.
Yeah. I'm 63. I don't know every pop star. I don't know everyone.
But they say you're not a hugger now.
I'm not. Well, as a total stranger.
You sure?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
But I know you how many years?
I'm just saying, though.
I know you 20 years, I think.
Yeah, but...
Honest, how long are you at this racket?
It's been a while.
How long?
Almost 20 years.
Okay, I know.
That's what I love about Jerry. Like, this guy doesn't want to admit how old he is. He doesn't want to tell the audience how long he's been there because it'll make him seem less cool. Jerry doesn't give a fuck. He's like, hey, you're an old fucker. How old are you? He's like, older than, like, I'm black. I can pull off still saying I'm 30. Like, shut the fuck up, Jerry.
Thank you, 20
Thank
years.
you, Jerry.
Yeah.
Thank you. He's lying. He's lying.
He's lying. Yeah.
But you had no idea. It was like,
no.
Well, do you want to give her? You can give her an air hug. You want to air hug her now?
Well, I was right in the middle of an interview. It was a little off.
It wasn't.
Like, it's just like he and Larry David writing that show together just makes so much sense. Like when you just watch them in everyday life. Like Seinfeld is an episode of Seinfeld. He just is. It's just we're going to have a 3-minute conversation about hugging strangers now.
But it was great. I loved it.
Why? What was so funny about it?
Come on. It was just.
See, Jerry is so like, no, that's just, I don't like hugging strangers. Why is this funny to people? I don't. Whatever Jerry has, I don't know. Everyone says autism. I hate when people say everything's autism. But like, whatever Jerry has, it's the most beautiful disease to have.
So it was you. I loved it.
Right.
I was like, they're filming him, but are they filming him? I was like, they're filming him, but they might be filming, I don't know.
Well, when you get to be my age and you've done a couple things, you have your own reality.
Yes, I understand.
In my reality, I don't hug a total stranger. I have to meet someone, say hello.
There you go.
I gotta start somewhere.
Before you go in for the hug.
Yeah.
Right?
Hug is not first moment of a human.
It's
two humans. I never did that.
No, you have to have a little. There's an
a
icebreaker.
borderline harassment case here.
And it would have been great. So I'm only playing these because Roots said, Aaron, you can't get me to like the Jew. I'm going to see if by the end of this, we can get Roots to have a little, affection for the Jewish guy. Roots says, Seinfeld absolutely sucked. Oh, dude, I can't go with you. I want nothing to do with Jew culture. I grew up with black comedies like Martin and The Fresh Prince. Bro, no offense. And I get you on Jewish comedy and all that stuff. Like, I think Mel Brooks fucking stinks. But, like, go back and watch Martin and tell me that it's not a show about borderline mentally retarded people. Like, go watch a lot of black comedy. And by the way, Fresh Prince was so not black comedy. That was a white people's show. My dad loved The Fresh Prince. Go and watch like Martin and In Living Color. You can tell that the Jews that wrote those shows look at the sense of humor of blacks like that of a 5-year-old. That's how they feel about them. That's why like Jews who write movies for black audiences go, just put that guy in a dress and make him dress like a lady, and black people will go, it's fucking hilarious. That's what they think of them. Roots says black comedies were realer to me. I will say one of my favorite comedies is a black comedy, and that's Welcome Home, Roscoe Jenkins. I love that movie. I'm probably due to watch it again, I would say. Unpleasant Alex says, I like Seinfeld. Good show. Just don't like Seinfeld as a I think I might like Jerry Seinfeld as a person more than the show. Root says, facts. It was hilarious to me. Yeah. No, that's what I mean. Like when Jews write movies for black people, they're just like, all right, farts. Let's do farts. Lots of farts. Let's put a guy in a dress and drag. And then basically that was the Nutty Professor. Like, let's just have people fart and go Hercules and mispronounce words and dress like a girl. And we can take all of black people's money. Sam Show says they convince your people that bad things are good and progressive, even though it objectively ruins your people. Then there's one more.
No, thanks.
Apparently this was Cardi B getting revenge for the Kesha thing. I've never seen this one before.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was so nice to meet you.
So it's Cardi B. Oh, Jerry went for the hug and Cardi B said no. Oh, for God's sake. Between Two Ferns, I'm just going to say, okay. Like a lot of people are like, dude, Between Two Ferns was amazing. I thought it was okay. Jerry Seinfeld BuzzFeed interview. Okay, this is probably my favorite. If this one doesn't work, if Roots Calhoun doesn't like Seinfeld after this one, then I'll admit I'm out of ammo. I got nothing. This was it. This is my favorite Seinfeld moment. So this was when Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee was just becoming a huge hit. And people started complaining, and not a lot of people. It was just a few fucking BuzzFeed bloggers, and that's who this guy is. This was like the height of the SJW speech police shit, and they were like, Jerry Seinfeld does not have enough black people and women on Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee. He's a Jewish billionaire. He doesn't talk to women, and he doesn't like black people. He doesn't give a shit. I'm not saying Jerry Seinfeld doesn't like black people. I'm saying, like, he knows Chris Rock. That other than that, maybe JB Smoove through Larry David. I don't know. But Jerry Seinfeld, like his world, there aren't a lot of black people that exist, you know? Jerry Seinfeld thinks Anthony Mackie and Michael B. Jordan are the same person, okay? To give you an idea of what Jerry Seinfeld knows about black people.
I have noticed that most of the guests are mostly white males. All
right, listen to this fucking asshole cunt face. Listen to him totally dodge any ownership of this shitty fucking question he asked. I remember this now. Because he goes, I've noticed. Now, until he gets confronted by Jerry Seinfeld, he goes, I've noticed that the guests are white. Get ready.
I have noticed that most of the guests are mostly white males. Of 22 episodes that you've had.
Get into that.
No, but you
take a look over here, Peter. What do you see? A lot of whiteys. What's going on here? Oh, this really pisses me off. But go ahead. Really pisses me off. People think it's the census or something. I mean, this has got to represent the actual pie chart of America. Who cares? It's just funny. You know, funny is the world that I live in. You're funny, I'm interested. You're not funny, I'm not interested. Okay. And I have no interest in gender or race or anything like that, but everyone else is kind of with their little calculating, is this the exact right mix? You know, I think that's, to me, it's anti-comedy.
Okay.
Say that you originally...
This cunt, okay, so this is just the clip of Jerry shutting this guy down, but in the 3-minute interview, this guy goes from, I've noticed. I noticed that this was
to test the water.
Like what it wants. I could never do a talk to. Here, Peter, what do you see? Here.
So he goes, I noticed there's a lot of white people. Now wait, as soon as Jerry confronts him, listen to how he pivots out of I've noticed.
But go ahead. Really pisses me off. People think it's the census or some part of America. Who cares? It's just funny. You know, funny is the world that I live in. You're funny. I think that's to me it's anti-comedy.
Didn't you say that you originally conceived of this show to be watched on a phone?
Whoa.
Yes, right?
I'm getting fucking like a Bernstein Bears moment. This guy at one point in this interview goes, well, a lot of people asked me about it, and they told me I should ask you about this part. Have they cut this out of any other part of this interview ever? I know this looks like Aaron's gone crazy. Aaron has not gone crazy. Aaron is still with you. Aaron's still here. They removed that part of the interview. It used to, and I'm going to go back into the chat like that, and you guys are going to go, no, Aaron, I'm sure they did, Aaron. I'm sure it was in there one time. No, it was in there. Because I hated that chubby, cherubic little cocksucker forever because he was like, I've noticed there's a lot of white people. And then Jerry started giving him shit, and he goes, oh, yeah, well, a lot of people asked me because I'm going to have you on. They should ask me about the white people thing. And then it's like, don't try to fucking flim-flam on it now after Jerry called you out. I swear to God, I've watched that interview before, and that was in there. I'm not crazy. No, you guys, no. That's not. Root says Aaron started reading the Talmud. Now he's trying to subvert the chat. I'm just saying I like that Jerry Seinfeld, that he confronts this shit. I like that. And that guy weaseled out of his fucking thing, and now it's not in that interview anymore. Mad Max Mardigan says, holy fucking shit, Aaron just turned me to Sam Show's side, and I'm Jewish. I'm telling you, I'm being gaslit by the computer. Guys, you gotta believe me. Silverwolf says, sure, Grandpa, time for your pills and your nap. No, it was there. It used to be there. He said that at one point. My Lost Interest says Aaron is gaslighting himself. I'm not, though. I'm positive that interview said that. He said that at some point. It happened, and it's real, and you guys, and I'm going to go back. I'm going back in. I'm going back in because I know for a fact that at some point he said that.
I have noticed that.
No, okay, so he said, I have noticed.
This morning, more
real quick.
They're kind of an outer orbit, and their friend is someone you cannot deal with at all. Really want to talk to?
I have noticed that.
But you take a look over here, Peter. What do you see?
It's going to be in here. He's going to be. It's
a lot of whiteys. What's going on here?
He also mentions Tina Fey in the interview. He mentions Tina Fey.
Of America, who cares? But everyone else is kind of.
Didn't you say that you originally going to do some sort of creative project? Would you bring it to network TV?
You can put it in your pocket.
Where's the Tina Fey part? It's gone. It's gone
like
from
a magic act or something. I mean, I have, yes.
It's gone. He goes, because he even says in the interview, he goes, I asked Tina Fey, is it harder to be a woman in comedy? And he was like, she said, yeah, and whatever, but you think about it, but I don't really think about it. And then the guy, that's when he was like, yeah, people told me to ask you that. Miss Tay says, sure it was. Sam Show says, it didn't happen, Aaron. It happened. Atomic Ray says, I should have saved my piss to throw at my computer. Stop it with your Jew cover, Toe. When did I cover? I didn't cover for Jews. I just said Jerry Seinfeld's funny. Oh, and Larry David's funny. I guess I am kind of mollycoddling Jews today, aren't I? It's kind of dangerous in my line of work. I think when you're doing the kind of show that I'm doing, and you have the audience I do, it's kind of a workplace hazard. Sam Show says, well, shit, I don't know if Nick is lying anymore. Smokeout Prod says, did the Chief raise his hand too, Aaron? Don't you want to watch the game, Chief? Raise your hand. Professor Tie-Dye gifting a membership to Unpleasant Alex. Thank you very much. You guys have knocked out all our goals this week. I appreciate it. Also, Smokeout Prods could use a membership. All right, I'm going to dip out a little early today because I got to get the members-only show on. We're going to do the members-only show right after I get done with this one. Thank you very much for hanging out with us today. Thank you for knocking out everything and being so supportive of this program. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit all the gimmicks. Hit all the gimmicks before you leave today. And if you're a member on Rumble or you're a member on YouTube, we'll be back in just a little bit for a little members-only hangout. See you soon.